Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto has met with Kenyans living in China during his ongoing state visit to the Asian country. He praised Kenya-China ties, calling China a key player in global economic growth.
China has been instrumental in matters, infrastructure, and general development in our country. We have built the Standard Gauge Railway, 600 kilometers from Ombaso to Naivasha with a partnership of China. We have built the Lamu port that now has 3 berths that are complete with the support of China. We have built the Nairobi Expressway, and we are in discussion on many other aspects. I know many people here know that some of the roads to rural Kenya have been built with technology and companies supported by this country.
Medhill Group of Hospitals has denied allegations of involvement in illegal organ trafficking, particularly kidney transplants. Speaking through lawyer Katra Keegan, the hospital's leadership, led by founder Dr. Swarup Mishra, said all kidney transplants carried out at Medhill have been legal and transparent. Keegan stated that the hospital has conducted 476 kidney transplants since 2018, with a low mortality rate of just 2%, attracting patients from across the globe.
We are not involved in any trafficking, we are not involved in any syndication, and we are not involved in any criminal enterprise related to the issues of kidney transplants. All that Medhill does is to provide medical services. That's all they are doing. They are not involved in how these other issues that people have said.
Keegan added that no complaints have been received from donors and welcomed investigations by the Ministry of Health.
We will cooperate with all security agencies, we will cooperate with the police, we will cooperate with all parliamentary committees that may be interested in knowing, we will cooperate with medical board and any other ancillary medical institutions that are interested in knowing what Medhill did. We will cooperate with any tissue transplant committees and Ministry of Health generally.
Dr. Mishra, former Keses MP and current chair of Biovax Kenya, said he's ready to resign and face legal action if found guilty in the ongoing investigations.
As a responsible person, responsible position, we should have our own moral duty. When they are accused, you have to step aside first. Because if you don't step aside, the intervention, investigation, inspection cannot be done with proper agenda. Number one. Number two, I'm very happy the government of Kenya and His Excellency, the decision was taken that we 100% happy and we will be very cooperative to the government of Republic of Kenya. The way the government is working unbiased way, we congratulate the government of Kenya.
Former Migori Governor Okoh Obado appeared in court on Wednesday over the 2018 murder of Rongo University student Sharon Otieno. Testifying before Justice Cecilia Githua, Obado admitted to having an affair with Sharon and fathering her unborn child but denied plans to marry her. He said his wife discovered the affair in 2018 during a governor's conference in Kisumu. Obado claimed Sharon later asked for a house in Kisumu or Nairobi, but instead suggested building one in Homa Bay. He also told the court that his son Dan knew Sharon and once gave her a lift to the clinic.
So I asked Mola to go and relay to her that it would be much more easier for her to be settled around Homa Bay, not in town but just around Homa Bay. And even a proposal of buying land and building maybe a house of 3-bedroom house that would cost around 3 million.
So you've given a proposal of buying land in Homa Bay?
Yes, already.
And building a 3-bedroom house for the rich.
That is true.
That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM. One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
It's Thursday. Let's take a look at what's happening on the roads as we get into the end parts of the week. As you're getting into the city this morning, we shouldn't have too much of an issue, at least not for now. We know that's going to build up later. Let's take a look at what's coming off of the Thika Superhighway. At least at this point, I think you get into the city, not an issue. As you're coming off from Ombaso, already looking good as well. And very little traffic then also coming off of Langata Road. Folks are getting where they need to go when they need to do it. At least for now, we will get into traffic hour and we'll see how busy that will be. We'll be here to share as we get into it. And we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's Thursday. It's the 23rd. It is. It's the 23rd of April, the year 2025. And here we are. It's drizzling in some parts of the city. There was a bit of a drizzle over Nairobi, etc., etc. It sounds like I might be doing a David Attenborough documentary. Very good morning to you, Dennis. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Salama kabisa.
I really love your neck piece today.
Thank you so much.
Really nice.
Sandy.
Otherwise, niko salama nashukuru. I can't complain.
Very good, very good. Good to see you. Very, very good, as I can see. Mark Pichachi.
Yes, I am looking at you suspiciously.
Why suspiciously? I have done nothing wrong.
We've been together the last 45 minutes. And this
the way you say that actually bears some kind of weight that you must be careful.
Yes, I am very careful.
Okay, please.
I'm just wondering why the good gentleman suddenly saw your neck piece now, not 45 minutes ago.
He did see it before and he mentioned it. Well, not 45 ago, maybe like 12 minutes ago.
See, I saw your hair. After 2 months of not seeing you, and I told you instantly, because I don't need the public to witness the appreciation of your hair.
I see what you're doing. And I raise you a good morning, Mark.
Good morning, dude. It's been a minute.
It's go. Sawa. We have a conversation at my phone has refused to do the thing. It's decided to freeze on me, but when you restart the thing and you open the application once again, you see, just like I said, practical examples of what I've just told you. We at 7 a.m. will have a they've lost again. This technology will not be the death of me. You should just excuse me for 1 minute. So 1 minute. And
not Mississippi.
No, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Okay, thank you, Ednah. You see why you will go to heaven? Well, not like we want you to go to heaven now, but you see now why you'll be among the chosen few. You understand? Okay.
For heaven is on earth.
Bas. No. You guys should hear the things Ednah tells me. It's just that you don't know. And anyway, 7 a.m. It is Justice Thursday. We will have a conversation with His Honor Dr. Nabil Orina. We'll be looking at the role of the Land Acquisition Tribunal. Over the last couple of weeks, we've been looking at the tribunals and what they do and how they can actually help us with certain things that we might have issues over, but then you don't necessarily have to go to court. And that's why these tribunals have been set up to then be able to settle some matters. So land acquisition is a big deal. Title title deeds? Do we have them? Who has them? Kind of thing. And in enhancing access to justice, the Land Acquisition Tribunal was established. We'll look at that and look at some of the issues and some of the cases that are brought before this tribunal, and the Honourable Orina will be helping us out with that. At 8 a.m., the Senator for Nairobi, you know what, yesterday I was schooled properly. Let me do this right. The Senator in the Republic of Kenya, elected by the people of Nairobi, is Edwin Sifuna. He'll join us at 8 o'clock, and we'll be looking at the role of the RMLF to CDF, right? You know how that changed. Is the Senate effectively executing its oversight role? That's what we'll be looking at with him at 7 a.m. And then at 9 o'clock, playwright extraordinaire, former senator, still politician, Cleopas Malala joins us, and we'll be looking at politics versus the freedom of speech. He's a former SG of UDA and a playwright of the play Echoes of War. He joins us at 9 a.m. And those are the conversations that we'll be having in the Situation Room this morning. Ndu, Dennis and Mark, and we'll be pushing those conversations. Thank you for already coming into the room, and we'll say hello to you in just a minute. As we did, we zhuzhed things up just a little bit, and we'll talk about the proverb, which, by the way, is from Mozambique. And Mark, you will be sharing that with us today, will you not?
Let me tell you, city wherever you are, should have left me the size of your shoes so I know which ones to wear to fill them correctly. Because I'm feeling the pressure.
Don't worry, man. Just go with
feet
it.
in one shoe.
So, City went to Mozambique, and I can't speak Mozambican or Portuguese.
I don't think that there's a language called Mozambican, but okay, let's go with it.
But they speak Portuguese, right?
They speak Portuguese, yes. They're one of the Lusophone countries.
Yeah, so I'm assuming the other one is Mozambican.
They have other, it's like saying, don't we speak Kenyan? Oh, sour.
The audience didn't know until you exposed me.
Excuse me, I beg your pardon.
So it says, whether the knife falls on the melon or the melon on the knife, the melon suffers. Now, interestingly, there is a verse that Jesus said that says almost the same thing. Whether you fall on the rock or the rock falls on you, you shall be crushed.
The softer thing or the weaker thing essentially will always suffer.
Will always suffer, yes.
It's true. It's true. Interpretations galore. They will be coming, and we'll hear them today as we get into it.
Yes.
So that's an interesting one. Mozambicans must be saying
careful
something.
whether a knife falls on you or you fall.
Or whether
on
you
the
fall on the knife.
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
just know which side you belong.
It's interesting that, that's very interesting because I just draw a parallel between, so I've been doing the weirdest things over the last couple of days. So I've been watching documentaries, not weird, but I guess it's for knowledge. I've been watching documentaries.
Documentaries.
I've been watching documentary about abused women, abused girls, and those who then live in the situation of Stockholm syndrome, essentially, where they're now starting to glorify or fall in love with their abuser, essentially. And this very thing. So this girl, she had obviously one of them. She was so abused to the point where you could see it that this one is finished. She's done. There's no life in her eyes whatsoever, and one of the investigators or counselors was asking her, about her experience, the latest one where she had been beaten. It was so clear she had been beaten, she had been cut up, all kinds of things. And she actually said that she was in the kitchen trying to get something out of the drawer, and a knife, a butcher's knife, essentially, fell on her. And the counselor said, well, I can understand that, because of course she was trying to get into her space. And she said, I can understand that. So whether actually this knife fell from the cupboard and hit you in so many places, or whether you fell on the knife, you're still the one who is hurt, and we need to do something about that. So you see, she was still trying to get that information out of her, like, you're the one who is hurt. We need to see how we can deal with that. So I think it's a realistic implementation of that proverb.
If I may comment on that, pain is a weird thing. For a long time, I didn't understand how people found pain cathartic. People would say, I cut my hands and it feels better.
Sweet pain.
Yes. Yeah. And I can tell you, until I was very, very sick, I understood how other pain feels better than pain. And one of the things I don't think we do in this country is take people's pain seriously. Because when people are in pain in this country, everyone has solutions.
True.
Oh, your head is aching. Drink water with some salt.
Hot water.
Yes. Or you must be stressed. There is a need to understand that pain does capture people. It is an effective tool of capturing your mind and your body, and you become subject to it. And in this country, when I read our papers, we've normalized so much pain.
And it shouldn't be. And you'll be living in at least a society where at least we're alive, at least we had a meal today. Actually, no. You should be living efficiently. You should, not just surviving.
At least we had a meal. You know, that statement is true for many people. But it's such a painful statement to admit to and to subject yourself to. Because literally your expectation of life has been robbed of you, that the bare minimum is a source of joy.
But I think it happens every day. I think we just don't listen to what people say, because at times you just ask someone, ukoaje, niko tu. Someone doesn't respond to how they really are, niko tu.
Well, I think also the person who's asking the question actually doesn't expect a response of, okay, well, let me tell you how I really am. You know?
But
you're not really offering the bandwidth.
Try to call your best friend after a minute, and you call them, how are you? Kungangana tu. Like kungangana.
Just getting by.
Kungangana is an acceptable reaction to how you are. There's something psychologically wrong with our country. And if the thought leaders of this country can't see it, we're in big trouble.
We have problems.
Big trouble.
On that note, how about we say how are you to everybody who's tuning into the room this morning? Tell us where you're tuning in from, and we say a big hello to you. Don Sabwa, we see you. Captain Traore responds, we either agree to fight for our country or remain slaves forever. Captain Ibrahim Traore. To fight in Malawi, we say Kumenya. Okay, sawa. CT's not here, but I'm very sure that if he were here, he would have said for you, Don Sabwa, Kumenya. Peter Kiaria is tuned in from a rainy Mombasa and says, good morning, Team Ya Power. Good morning to you. Michael Olande, bonjour, mes amis. Oyaore uru jothurwa. Hey, what does that mean?
Oyaore uru, good morning.
Good morning, that I remember.
Yes, Jothurwa is my people.
Ah, voilà. Yes. Okay. Fantastic. Speaking French. Rose Grace says, good morning from Tamu. Hamjambo hapo, hamujambo.
Hatujambo.
Very good, thank you. Desmond Ot says, good morning, team. Greediness has taken away humanity from man. Isn't that kind of what we're just talking about? How can someone burn 9 souls to death? And just because of Shamba? Anyway, let them rest easy. I know that's one of the stories that grabs the headlines this morning. Ednah, Mosna, Ndu, Mosna, Ombaso. What
Say hi to Ombaso.
Ombaso, Mosna. She's loving you. Kelvin Kaburu says, good morning, tuned in from Kahawa Sukari. Ndiosisi Hapa says, good morning, very, very good to have you. Robert Mbogo is tuned in from Mombasa. Good morning, Spices. Happy Thursday from Ottawa. Monica Oile, we see you. Top of the morning to you. I would doff my hat if I had one. To the super trio tuned in from the highway. Which highway is that? Paul Okello. Destination Kochia. All right. Cheers. Joe Mungai says, good morning from Bonnie Lake in Washington. Good morning, everybody. Wishing you all a happy midweek. Getting towards the end of it now. Salamu kutoka Sydney. Time for lunch here, says Hillary. Yes, you guys are on the other end of the hemisphere. Erica War says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Good morning from Doha. Bernardito, we see you. Have a nice day ahead. Thank you so much. Brandon Orwa says, good morning, Situation Room fam. Today promises to be a good day. Indeed. Romans 1:32 is our day's verse. Okay, we shall go and look that up. Hello, Princess Ndu. Good morning. CT, yes, in absentia, he's here. Mark is here. And Aseto, China yesterday called for the reconstitution of the Security Council. Oh my goodness. As it has failed in its mandate, in for the inclusion of Africa as a permanent member to the Security Council. That should be fun. I don't know that people are ready to welcome Africa into the club. But okay, let's see.
Nuclear bombs do we have?
Not even that. Have we even sorted our security issues in this continent to start with?
Can people eat?
Exactly.
Let's
Can people go to school, access healthcare,
basics,
education? I mean,
Ivan Amondi Odera says, good morning, Spice family. Tuned in and locked in from Nairobi West. Tuned in from Atiak in Uganda is where Kisa Daniel is. Of diplomatic gaffes, the president of One Kenya talked about the fact that, Uganda and Tanzania are just struggling. Somewhere trying to,
Kenya is labeled as a middle economy country. The others wako chini.
Under the... I don't know who tells the president when to say things or when not to. But that should be fun when he comes back. I don't know if he believed that China was a different planet and that the folks in Uganda and Tanzania were not going to hear what he said. But, they can hear. Anyway, that should be fun to get into.
The best thing that our president does very well is that there are so many things to line up, you forget all of them.
Where? Okay, welcome back, Mark Bichachi says, Ian Kisa. And Esther Wamboy is tuned in and says, good morning, guys. George Okoh says, good morning, my good people. Princess Ndu, yes. Dennis, Mark, and Ednah, you guys did a good job with Chirage. Asante Sana. Good morning, Spice, says Sandra Sherrier. Greetings from hot Tampa Bay, says Otkin. Christina A, we see you. Pass my regards to Mtuflani. Sasa, muna tutumia kusalimia wengine. Sawa. Christina, Mtuflani, you've been greeted. Now we've opened the door. We've opened the door. Now you can talk to each other. Sawa.
DM.
No, we have now done it for you. Now you may continue. Sawa, you just continue. And you thank me later. Good morning, Team Spice. Ruto government is worse and no amount of anointing oil can salvage the evil it has meted on Kenyans. Wilfred.
I don't know what he's underestimating, the anointing oil or the government.
Touche. Abdul Nasir Arone says, Subax Wangasan, good morning to you as well. Yvonne Niatundo is greeting us and says, tuning in from Kisii, the African or rather Kenyan culture glorifies suffering. Unfortunately, stereotypes, we've got to change day in, day out, no matter how agonizingly slow. I do agree. Chris Mulra is tuned in, and Joseph Mokua says, good morning, the Situation Room, tuned in from Mirile in Marsabit County. Always good to have you guys in the room every day. Karibuni sana. And we're getting into these conversations today, and even as we do that, how about we take a look at what is making the headlines today? I'll start off with the bold newspaper, Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. On the front page, the president of the Republic of Kenya is shaking hands with the president of the People's Republic of China. As President William Ruto lashed out, it's called Ruto's Loan Games. As President William Ruto lashed out at broken global financial institutions in Beijing. Hey, we've gone red for a minute there, but it's okay. Saying the system is outdated and unfit for purpose. Where? His Treasury CS was thousands of miles away in Washington, D.C., meeting the World Bank officials to discuss Kenya's economic path. So now, while our guy is over here saying that, these things are rubbish, somebody's trying to broker a deal on the other side.
But I agree with him. Those things are rubbish.
I agree. Yeah. But, you don't want to be sending your folks to have conversations with them while you're saying on the other end of the world that they're rubbish.
Yeah. If once in your life you can have your cake and eat it too, please do.
Okay. Since taking office, Ruto has made a habit of playing both sides, critic abroad and collaborator at home. This is what the headline says. We'll look into the details of this later. Obado admits affair and impregnating Sharon. Former Migori governor gives emotional courtroom testimony, admits affair with slain student Sharon Otieno, and says it was an open secret, but firmly denies involvement in her murder. How the Pope's burial breaks with tradition. We'll look at that as well. Look into more details of those stories as we go ahead. Dennis, you want to give us the Nation?
The Daily Nation. So, the Daily Nation, smack in the middle. A family of 9 burnt to death in Landro. Such a sad story. Wiped out. A man, his wife, and their 7 children went to bed on Tuesday night in a Siaya County village, hoping to wake up to a new day. But this was never to be. With their house locked from outside, they all died in a painful death in a horror arson attack. Their screams for help choked by huge plumes of smoke as they were consumed by raging flames in the dead of night. Police suspect a dispute over land could be behind police suspect that a dispute over land could be behind the heinous act. 9 people.
My God.
Because of land shamba, that you'll die and live here. Anyway, the leading contenders for IEBC top job, the rest for the next chairperson of the Electoral Commission, has reportedly narrowed to 4 candidates: Erastus Ethekon, Ann Amadi, Charles Nyachai, and Abdul Kadir Ramadan, as the selection panel works around the clock to meet the deadline. And cracks in Ruto-Raila marriage. President William Ruto's allies have accused members of ODM leader Raila Odinga's camp of engaging in political blackmail against the head of state within the broad-based government, escalating tensions that risk a messy fallout. These as reports indicate that Raila supporters want him to actually ditch the broad-based government. And prison warders fight recruitment of cadets. 2 warders have filed a petition before the High Court challenging the recruitment of Kenya Prison Services cadets, whose application deadline is April 30th. And why 12 coins will be placed in Pope's coffin before it is closed tomorrow. Now, a thin red book written in 1998 and revised in 2024 is controlling the events in the Vatican after the death of Pope Francis Monday, titled Ordo Esquerium Romani Pontifex, where its provisions were followed to the letter yesterday as Francis' body was carried to St. Peter's Basilica and placed for public viewing, an event called Translation of the Body.
Okay, we'll look into details of those stories. Just the headlines for now. Mark, tell us what's in the Business Daily, and then we can look at the star.
Well, the Business Daily has decided to tell us how Brock Farm won 2 billion shillings affordable housing contract. Now, to understand how broke this farm was, a cash-strapped farm unable to settle a 1.8 million shillings debt was in January handed a 2 billion shilling affordable housing tender. So if you can't afford 1.8, you can afford 2 billion anytime. Yes. This raising questions over the evaluations of financial bids ahead of the offering by state contractors. The State Department of Housing awarded the little-known Jasir contractors the tender to construct affordable housing in Loitoktok, Kajiado, triggering an uproar from other bidders. So that's the headline. Then KRA seeks return of small farms to e-teams. Kenya Revenue Authority is seeking a repeal of a law that exempted small businesses and farmers from electronic tax invoice management system for undermining efforts to widen the tax base and catch cheats. The law that took effect on December 27th last year freed farms with annual sales of below 5 million from issuing electronic invoices. So if you are a small farm, the KRA is saying you owe them money. Then the IMF sees slower Kenyan growth and stable inflation. So where this is on page 4. And it is seeing a growth of 4.8%, which is slower than what it expected, which was at about 5.3.
All right.
Kenya is going to overtake Ethiopia as the largest economy in the region.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to give us details of how that's going to happen. Let's do that when we come back and look into the details of these stories. Let's look at the Star. What the Star is saying is that, up here, Abdul Samad Nasir says road levies debate allow counties to manage the fund. The tiff between the National Assembly and what Senate is asking needs to happen and governors, it seems that it's going to escalate. And they said, you know what, on this road fund, just allow counties to manage what they need to manage. Okay. Of course. And it'll be interesting because at 8 o'clock, the senator for Nairobi will be here and he will tell us, okay, what exactly are you guys wanting when this happens? Okay. Waitito wins round 1 in fresh bid to be bailed out of jail. In case you forgot, he is actually sitting scholarship at the, bill of the state. In other words, he is in remand and it looks like he's still trying to get out on bail. We'll see. Rain wreaks havoc in Nairobi's Mathare slums. I mean, there's a picture there of, just what it is that it shouldn't be. The rains have come as though we didn't know they were coming, but, we have problems already. And let me do it and see if I can do it like CT. Bang in the middle of the paper. Ruto team furious over... no, there's not in teal green.
He says teal green somewhere.
But there's no teal green anymore.
I'm so sad.
I know, it's really sad. But anyway, the Ruto team, regardless of the Teal Green, is furious over ODM hostility. You guys are being hostile. We don't like it. So, you know what? Let me tell you something. Yeah?
Tell us something.
When people come together under unclear circumstances, the chances of them remaining in that togetherness is very low. I want to see how long this romance is going to continue, but if we're already being told that there are cracks, it's going to be fun to watch, don't you think? I'm not laughing. I'm just,
No, I am
thinking out loud.
I am holding my tongue.
Hold it. Let's just take a look for now.
It's honest.
Let's take a look for now what weather is going to look like today, and then we'll take a look also at traffic, and then we're going to come back and look at these stories in details because there's quite some, and then for us to be able to open them up just a little bit. Sawa. All right, it's 28 minutes to 7 o'clock. It's The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions with some rain in Nairobi, 15 degrees, and it's 16, and will be partly sunny for now in Nakuru, 14, and partly sunny in Nyeri with 14 and clear conditions in Eldoret, 24 and sunny into Mombasa, while in Malindi it's 24, and we'll see sunny conditions through the morning. Clear in Kisumu at 20 and clear at 16 in Kakamega. It's mostly cloudy at 20 into Kampala, while a sunny morning beckons in Dar es Salaam, currently at 24. It's cloudy at 11 in Johannesburg, while at 27 will be sunny through Thursday in Mogadishu, and 15 and sunny into Addis Ababa, while at 26 it's cloudy in Lagos. Raining this morning at 24 in Kinshasa, and we're looking at a sunny afternoon in Beijing. 11 degrees and cloudy this morning in Paris, while it's cloudy at 10 in London. Clear at 16 in New York.
Online, mobile, and on radio. Instagram at SpiceFMKE. Traffic.
All right, looks like traffic on the Efficacy Highway is going to be quite something this morning. It's already starting and it's building up as you get towards Survey. That has already started to do the thing, and it's bumper to bumper on red as you then approach the Pangani underpass. It's also building on Kiambu Road, and we definitely will see this increase as we go along. The Eastern Bypass promises to be busy this morning. We're already seeing that. Mombasa already looking good right now, all the way through past the Nyasa Stadium roundabout out towards Uhuru Highway. It looks good also coming off Langata Road, at least for now. Southern Bypass looking great as well. Give it a few minutes, likely to get a little bit crazy. So if you're not out yet, you might want to think about doing that right now, and let's see what happens as we get into it later. SpiceFMKE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so I'm looking into some of the stories making headlines this morning. This thing, it's on the front page of the Standard, and I don't think we realize sometimes the depth, or rather the importance of when you continue going into debt, what it actually means. It looks like fun dollars for the minute, but then how are you going to be able to pay it back? Already the debt burden on the country is so high. I think we've heard CS Mbadi and those before him complain. Whether you talk about a robust economy, the debt burden is quite something. So going to China was not just, let's see what it looks like when, you're eating dumplings. This is a little bit more. Private sector deals, and let's look at the numbers in terms of what has happened. 143 billion shillings is the value of Ruto's deals before meeting China's President Xi Jinping. Now, private sector deals, Shandong Jialejia commits 3.9 billion for poultry farming in Kajiado. I don't know what that means, but it looks like they're going to set up poultry farms, and that you'll have access to this, and then it's going to be poultry that you can export, meat, eggs, export to other countries. It'll be interesting to see now how the Ministry of Agriculture then, because these loans come in and then they're implemented through ministries. This one particularly I want to see, because if we're looking at birds for meat, they take 6 weeks to mature.
Yes.
So from the time they're hatchlings until now, it's a full bird that you slaughter, 6 weeks. So we're not talking about long-term, mid-term. If we're talking about birds I know this because my mother moonlighted as a poultry farmer and we all had to do the work. Dr. Patience Okoh saw patients during the day, but she came home and we did chicken.
And she became a veterinarian.
Thank you. So, if you're doing poultry for eggs, 7 months. After 7 months, you feed the chicken. 7 months, 6 to 7 months, it's dropping its first egg, and then they will lay an egg every day for the next 6 months. After that, they start to reduce. But for 6 months, they will give you eggs proper. So we are not talking about something that is going to take you years to realize. If it's poultry farming that they are doing, 8 months, you would have started seeing chicken, because there's only two things you can do with chicken, Abi. You can eat the meat or you can eat the egg.
Yes.
Is there anything else people used to do with chicken?
You can make a pillow out of its feathers.
Out of the feather. Okay, maybe you can now do textile.
But also get manure, free fertilizer.
Okay, so now those things, then the byproduct. But generally, it's meat and eggs. Okay.
Yeah.
And we have established that it doesn't take longer than that. So nobody should come and start telling us a long story. Oh, one thing, it's midterm to long term that we will see the effect. This one,
8 months.
But they'll say 3 months to build the infrastructure.
I told you that my mother was a poultry farmer.
The poultry farm, the incubator.
You need to ship clear
3.9 billion shillings. That's what I've told you. China Wu Yi has said that they're going to invest 19.5 billion shillings in a special economic zone in Kilifi. The special economic zones that you have here, down the road here.
Yes.
Tell me what they've been giving you over the last 5 years.
Actually, that I can say because I was.
You were one. That's why I asked you to tell us.
I can tell you. So, weirdly enough, our economic zones, especially the textile part of it, is doing very well.
Fantastic.
Very, very well. And because of AGOA, the agreement we have with the states, which is set to expire sometime this year, our goods have actually been landing in the states cheaper than China and Bangladesh. So it's something that we need to actually step up and support, yes.
Okay, so it can work.
Yes.
So some 19.5 billion shillings is going towards one in Kilifi.
Yes.
I think it's actually good that you have it in areas where previously you didn't see such things. My prayer...
That's not how it's done.
Just understand that we will actually see the upliftment of different parts of the country where you see something like this happening. It will be good. 19.5 billion shillings will go there. The Zonken Group, 41.6 billion shillings to pump 41.6 billion into aloe vera processing plant in Baringo. Rift Valley. See, now we've gone east.
Kilifi.
Rift. Uplift the country. Okay. Hey, Father Lord, please let them actually do it. Okay. 2.6 billion shillings. Penfeng Investment and Shancheng Apparel Group to invest 2.6 billion shillings in textile firm in Kajiado. So now Kajiado is getting two things now. There's poultry, then there's textile. It'll actually.
But I think also it's because already Kajiado is doing textile, so it would make sense.
Beef it up a little bit. Kai, God in heaven, please speak to your children.
I join you.
Let them actually take this money. These things are good things. This is a good handshake on this kind of loans. But I'm just begging you in the mighty name of Jesus. Just allow these things. It has reached to pray. It has reached the place where you have to pray, because they can shake hands and then 143 billion shillings will come here and then it'll find its way into places where it's not supposed to go.
So be used to pay salaries.
Do you know what my heart is bleeding for?
My God.
Baringo's 41.6 billion. Baringo is one of the poorest counties in this country. And when I say poor, there was a time I went there and I gave someone 500 bob and they asked me, what is this? Because they've never seen it. So 41.6 billion going to Baringo. Please let it land there.
That's what I'm saying. Let it actually get there.
Absolutely.
The poverty we talk about in Baringo is simply because the governments that have been there have decided not to take development to Baringo. Because look at Baringo, like Baringo, Bogoria and whatnot, and the resources that these people have. Talk about some of the best honey that you can get in this country.
Mangoes.
Is Baringo, mangoes and whatnot. So it's just superficial poverty that has been put in place by the governments that have been there.
You know what is very interesting, and I agree with you absolutely, and I don't know where my voice has gone.
We'll get you some water, but you need to...
The problem is this. my country, as far as I'm concerned, is if I asked you what is the priority of any government since 1963, we can't state it. If I tell you why, or I ask you why our budget goes up by 200 billion, 300 billion every year, we can't say. It's almost as if it's automatic.
Yes.
You're a chief, your budget must go up by 10% every year. Kenya needs a guiding philosophy that is not political. Because everything is political. What do we want? Are we an agricultural country, a manufacturing country, a financial center? Who are we?
Center, yeah.
Who are we? We try to be everything
at the same time.
All the time, at the same time. So when we read this, we are not sure whether to be happy or sad because we don't know what our philosophy is.
And you see, when we read that story in terms of the billions that are coming into the country, at a time when we have admitted ourselves that even the president, his campaign pledge was no more debt that will be coming into this country. But yet again, the country has to move. We need to shake hands and whatnot. Yeah. But the question is, the implementation, Kenyans do not trust that money will go where it's supposed to go.
But you see, the point is, we don't even know what we borrow for. No, honestly.
Yeah.
Because what happens is we've politicized borrowing. Okay? So one side, opposition will always say it's bad, government will always say it's good. So you're in opposition, you get into government, then you have to do double speak. Because we've got no philosophy for our borrowing. We borrow to do what? Because if you said we are borrowing only for infrastructure or only for industry, we would get it. But we borrow to settle loans, we borrow to borrow again, we borrow to do what is that called recurrent expenditure. So then what happens is it's political. The United States has a debt of $36 trillion.
Japan has debts in 200 and the 200s and of millions.
Yes.
Of USD.
Billions, actually.
Billions, yeah. So,
but they don't politicize it because they have a plan for it.
And this is the thing, that debt in and of itself is not bad.
It is not.
Yes.
It is not.
It isn't. How you manage it, what you use it for, and then if you do mismanage it, it is the resultant effect of what you do with it that we can then now say this is a problem. Imagine, and for sometimes in development circles, what do we say? That there are vices that are anti-development.
Yep.
Right? There are. But when you look at what this can actually do in the light of the areas where there is any kind of suffering, that is when you actually see the potential, and then it preys. In this case, not prey predator, it preys yani yakuomba on the hands and minds of leaders or those who are implementation agents to actually do it. Can you imagine? Because why Kajiado for poultry? Because the weather is perfect for poultry. And it's also
proximity to ferry services. Let's say that airports talk about.
What could you actually see would happen in this county if you actually did this? You provide jobs for people in the area. You uplift the development profile of the area. You then ensure that you have exports, because the only way, forget about this thing people tell you about taxes and borrowing. The only way for you to achieve economic development is if you are bringing in more than you are spending. When you operate in a surplus, it is the only way. You manufacture, you sell, you make a profit. That is the only way you will achieve economic development. Leave alone all this business that we talk about taxes. Taxes is to keep the lights on. Taxes is to keep your fuel in the tank. But you want to be at the place now where you're thriving as opposed to surviving, you must sell. You must make a profit.
Elon Musk is mad with this Dodge thing, but the idea is right. Bill Clinton was able to run a surplus budget. Okay. Now, let me give you an interesting statistic. Do you know how many villages are in Kenya?
No.
8,037.
8,037 villages.
Yes.
Okay.
Your point?
If we were to give them $1 billion each, it will only be 8 trillion. That's a lot. So let's give them 100 million each. Do you know what 100 million will do in your village?
And that's what we need to see. To see the reality of what this kind of money could actually do in these places is what now wakens us and say, actually, you know what? This is why when you go out like this and you ask for this kind of money, this is what then it must do.
Yeah.
This is what it must do.
And you know what's the most interesting thing? Kenya does not have a debt crisis as far as I'm concerned. It has a best case use crisis.
Yes.
And until we sit down and decide how much money the office of the chief cabinet secretary needs and be sober about it, we're on the right path.
Yes, because I think when it comes to the how we spend our funds, it is in terms of qualifying how much goes to this specific office and why. Because personally, it does not make sense why Nairobi County governor would be cruising in this city with around 20 vehicles simply because he's going to give food to children. I do not understand how we qualify that to be prudent use of taxpayers' money.
Yeah, because
we have money to spend on things that are necessary. Our priorities, again, are misplaced.
No, it's not just priorities. I wish it was priorities. When a governor drives around with 20 vehicles, he's confusing bling bling with power. He's trying to be a rapper. I'm sorry. And I know you're my friend, but I'm saying this publicly. That's being a rapper. Go buy 6 chains, like, what is it called? 2 chains?
2 chains.
And just floss.
2 chains has 2.
Yeah, but I'm saying buy.
You can be 6 chains.
Yes. You get, because what are the 20 cars doing?
Yeah.
It does not make sense. And this is the problem with Africa, that we confuse power with showing off, and we confuse responsibility with being the guy with the biggest car, biggest dog, and biggest house. We really need to define for our country that, imagine, me, I'm one of those people that don't mind higher taxes. But tax me higher, but when my kid goes to hospital, it's free.
It's free, yeah.
You understand? It's a quid pro quo.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You can tax 50%, but guess what? The road will be like this. Everywhere. My kids will go to hospital. My kids will go to school. The bus will pick them outside my door.
Safely.
For
and
everybody.
It's not dirty.
So that me who lives in Nairobi, you who lives in Kajiado, you who lives in Baringo, we are all being picked by the school bus, and the roads are like this. We open the tap.
Yes.
There is water coming out of it.
You can drink it.
And you will drink it from the tap. That there's garbage, it's been collected everywhere. That you don't have to ask yourself questions like, will the lights go off tomorrow? No. That if the light goes off, that somebody's explaining, actually, you know what, that light went off for 1 minute and 46 seconds because of 1, 2, 3, and we are very sorry, and in your next bill we are going to compensate you for that 1.46. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Because we're not talking about an alternate reality. It happens in this world, on this planet, with human beings who've got 2 eyes, a nose, and 2 feet like the rest of us. It happens. How are they able to do that? Why are they able to do it?
It's called discipline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's it. And that's what we must be looking at. When we talk about prudent financial responsibility and management, those are the things we talk about. And we can sit here and we can pontificate and we can say, well, you know, the president knows what he's doing and he's elected, or he's appointed 22 plus 1 people around to make. No. He's a human being. And can actually imbibe the attributes of responsibility and accounting and management and making sure that things are actually running properly. So absolutely, because like I said, there are people on this planet, tax 50%. But guess what? I will still then be able to do the things that I need to do because that 50%, you've used it properly.
Do you know, I keep saying in this country, there's no opposition and there's no government. You know why? We all agree on what we want. Who doesn't want good roads?
Yes, no.
Who doesn't want good hospitals? Who doesn't want to be able to drive on roads that will not destroy their tires? We all want that. The opposition stroke government differentiation is simply confusion on individuals, but no disagreement on our fundamentals. That's the problem. And the day we really discuss fundamentals and we say, listen, president, opposition, majority leader, minority leader, there is 10 potholes on this road.
Fix it.
Do we argue on whether it needs to be fixed?
No, we don't. We don't.
We only argue whether we like Junet or not.
Yes.
Myopic, immature politics.
Yes.
True.
Let's look at a couple other stories. This one is still a big one, probably for us to have an hour-long conversation on it in the near future.
I want to talk about this story that happened in Siaya. And on Tuesday night, tragedy hit the sleepy village of Upanda in Siaya County. A few minutes before midnight, desperate screams for help pierced the still night. The painful cries were emanating from the house of Mr. Omar Opondo, where thick clouds of smoke were billowing. Mr. Sylvester Monde, a caretaker in a neighboring homestead, said he was woken up by the pungent smell of petrol. Upon rushing outside to investigate, he saw Opondo's house engulfed in flames. Inside the burning house were Opondo, his wife Jacinta Anyango, and the couple's 7 children, a total of 9. Mr. Monde said the entire family was lost in the raging flames as villagers who responded about 10 minutes after he raised the alarm watched helplessly. The neighbors took long on responding to my calls and ejected Omondi said yesterday. But what baffled him most was the presence of a huge padlock hanging on the door of the burning house. For a moment, I couldn't understand what was happening, but with the smell of petrol, that is when it struck me that the fire was not an ordinary one and could have been started by someone with ill intention. I wanted to recall the diminishing voices of the children, one after the other, as the fire consumed the house and everything inside. The voices that were screaming for help began to dim gradually until only the sound of the raging fire could be heard. 7 children who died in the inferno, which police are now treating as an arson attack, were aged between 6 months and 17 years.
Oh my God. What are we saying essentially? That somebody locked the door from outside?
Yes. There was petrol locked from outside, and they were lit up.
For what reason though?
Land matters. It's suspected that it is a land issue. Mr. Leonard Omondi, an uncle of Omo Pondo, said that she had told him that Mr. Owino had helped them some years back when one of their uncles died in Nairobi by providing transport to ferry the body back to the village. He was compensated with a piece of land. The conflict, he said, arose after Owino extended the boundary and acquired an extra 2 acres. When Opondo realized this, he went to court. The case went on for many years, but Opondo recently won the case.
You know this land thing, in this country, after Jesus and Allah, God number 3 is land.
Is land.
We have a very bad affinity for land. And I'll tell you why. And to everyone hearing me, you who put your money on a piece of land in God knows where, buy an acre, don't use it, don't develop it, nothing, and wait for it to appreciate in value, then sell it, you are doing a disservice to this country. Because that land, how many people does it employ?
While it's sitting fallow?
0. Yes, 0. No. How many opportunities does it create? 0.
You'd say 1 because you're waiting for it, so yourself.
It's 0. And I'll tell you why it's 0. You waiting for land to appreciate is waiting for inflation. Because it's not a commodity that has risen in value because of demand. It's inflation. And the problem with that is that those of us who only have land to speak of as a source of wealth, when it's taken, when there's an argument, then death becomes very easy because that land has more value than a human being.
But we keep asking in this show, what value have you placed on human life?
Very low.
Is land that critical, that important, that we have to kill 9 people over something that we could go to court, we could go to land tribunal, we could go anywhere and have this thing sorted out? Which begs the question, must people die because of land?
My brother Aseto, 2007, when many people were killed, you think they were being killed because of their tribe? They're being chased away because of land. When politicians, what crime do politicians do the most? It's not Obado things. It is stealing land. There is a possession in our heads in this country about land. Look at Ruai Ranching Company, for example. How many people die every year because of Ruai Ranching?
What are we seeing in terms of people who've been chased out from what would be their ancestral land because there's been one individual who's bought it unbeknownst to them, and then they're asked to leave? It's happened. The Courier. We've seen the Nubians.
Yes.
We've seen people just here, Portland Cement, just here down the road. It's the same thing. And I think it's of no coincidence that today we're having a conversation with Honorable Lorena around what the Land Tribunal actually does, because these are some of the things that people actually then be able to bring. And then such cases also are wrapped up in court for donkey years. Nobody ever gets justice, and people don't even know what they can do. There have been poor people who all they have is that land, and there are people who've come, taken it over, and they're none the wiser. They have nowhere to go, no one to talk to. Like you said, it's people are possessed when it comes to this land issue. People are also possessed, not just people taking land away from them. People sell their own land, the land that has been given to them by their forefathers, at least for something for the next generation. It's sold. You bring family disputes in the middle of an already troubled situation. What's the possession? What is it?
Do you know how bad it is that for a man to sell his land, he needs to have the wife and children sign away? That's how possessed we are. That you will con your wife and children off your land, but you think the court system helps. I'm very familiar with Ruai ranching because I have a small interest there. Winning the court case does not mean they'll give you your title deed.
No, it doesn't.
You get, so the strength of the courts alone are not strong enough. The issue with land in this country is that we are obsessed with it, then we all decided to be devils with it, and then you don't know who you can trust, and the courts are not the final arbiter of it.
I think the matters to do with land in this country needs a total overhaul. I'll give you an example. There's a time I was having a conversation with my uncle, so it doesn't make sense here, but when you go to London, even if you own the land, that land belongs to the monarchy. Whether you bought it or not, when they want to do something with it, they will tell you, we want this land for A, B, C, D, and we'll relocate you, we'll compensate you, we'll build your house and everything. When it comes here, the land is mine, the government, the ministry, nobody has a say on that land simply because I have a title deed and there's nothing you can do about it. Perhaps it's about time we went back to look at the laws that govern the land issue in this country and sort it out once and for all.
But you know what's funny? Our constitution actually says that fallow land should be properly governed over. How many parliaments since? 4. No rules about fallow land. 0.
Are you surprised?
No, not at all, because the people who steal our land are the ones who sit there. You understand? It's almost as if, Crazy Kenna did this skit. And what was so interesting for me is how being a thief in this country is right to position. I'm afraid to run in 2027 because I don't know how to steal. And if I was going to steal, I'm going to steal from Do. So to tabaki the same, because it's like stealing from myself. But if you can find 2 billion to steal, I run for governor. How many acres do you have, Do?
In Kenya?
Not in Nigeria here.
Why? So now you see, I'm even afraid to tell you because I don't know what
because I'm trying to see whether you can be an MCA.
No, I can't.
Or an MP.
No, I can't. To run for Senate in this country, they already said you need at least 35 million shillings. At least.
Yes.
To be a senior.
My entire village has never seen 35 million. Because 35 million in my village, I'll be chief, elder, pastor, and
forever.
bishop. Yeah, until I die.
Well, it will be interesting because our Justice Thursday conversation at 7 o'clock is right around these issues. And what are some of the issues that could be taken to the Land Acquisition Tribunal? The Honourable Lorena joins us at 7 for that conversation. We'll be looking at those. So, of popes that will be buried, of land acquisition issues, of loan deals that have been struck, those are the stories making the headlines around the country as we look at them in the Situation Room of Kenya's biggest conversation, and we continue with those. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has urged MPs from Baringo County to engage residents in a bid to restore peace in the conflict-prone region. He was speaking in the National Assembly during Wednesday's sitting. Wetangula urged the MPs to engage young people in peace interventions, noting that many of them possess illegal firearms.
Honorable Kiborek and your colleagues from Baringo, yourself, Maklap, Kamket, Musa Sirma, Chematia, Kandie, and Kamren. You are leaders. You are going on recess. Go around your county and talk to those young people and encourage them to stop wielding illegal firearms. It is those young men who vote for you. It is those young men who you use for good and for bad. Go and meet them and talk to them so that as leaders you also play your role to ensure that there is peace within your jurisdiction. And I'm sure you can. Some of those young men are your age, Kiborek, and I'm sure you can use your magic as a youth.
Nairobi County MCAs have vowed to follow the footsteps of the late Kariobangi MCA Joel Munuve, who died on Tuesday morning after a short illness. During a special session in the Assembly to pay tribute to him, the MCAs also called for answers on his demise, adding that they will conclude some of his unfinished business in the Assembly. Just before his death, Munuve had made a formal request in regard to the information of a private company by the executive to handle solid waste in the city, a move that he described as suspicious. This even comes as Dagoretti South MP John Kiarie has called for investigations into Munuve's sudden death.
And people like Joel Munuve have ended up as MCAs in the Nairobi City County. But Mr. Speaker, the death of Honorable Joel Munuve is a curious death, especially at a time when he was raising very pertinent issues about the leadership and the goings-on in City Hall, Mr. Speaker. Only 3 days before his death, the Honorable Joel Munuve dared to first collect signatures for the impeachment of the governor of Nairobi City County. Secondly, he had said that he's going to reveal very damning information about the goings-on in City Hall, Mr. Speaker.
Kiarie, however, urged Kenyans not to spread rumors about Munuve's death and instead allow detectives time to carry out thorough investigations.
Because this matter might be having very serious interests that go very high up. Mr. Speaker, we would not want to place the blame anywhere. Let that be left to the investigative authorities. All we are asking, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that the death of Honorable Munuve is investigated to the full and that no stone is left untouched. And let us not imagine that the issues that he was canvassing have no connection to a certain death of a very passionate leader who was serving Nairobi City Council with very good ideas.
The Advocates Disciplinary Tribunal has found former Law Society of Kenya President Nelson Harvey guilty of professional misconduct. Following the tribunal's decision, the court ordered Harvey to appear before it in November for mitigation and sentencing. The decision arose from a complaint filed by lawyer Allen Waiyaki, who is also a former LSK president, following a series of tweets on social media against him. The tribunal ruled that Harvey's social media posts were vulgar and abusive, and he'd used demeaning language, seriously eroding the reputation of the legal profession in the eyes of the public. Former Migori Governor Obado appeared in court on Wednesday over the 2018 murder of Rongo University student Sharon Otieno. Testifying before Justice Cecilia Githua, Obado admitted to having an affair with Sharon and fathering her unborn child, but denied plans to marry her. He said his wife discovered the affair in 2018 during a governor's conference in Kisumu. Obado claimed Sharon later asked for a house in Kisumu or Nairobi, but he instead suggested building one in Homa Bay. He also told the court that his son Dan knew Sharon and once gave her a lift to a clinic. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
SpiceFM. Nakuru. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on with traffic this morning. It's still pretty busy coming off of Thika Superhighway and getting busier still as we are inching closer to traffic hour. Coming in from the Ruai interchange, you're going to come all the way through towards Githurai and we'll see some heaviness of traffic, but most of it is contained to coming through towards the Pangani underpass in from Survey. Kiambu Road also now in the red, really, with traffic trying to find its way through towards Muthaiga Square. That's heavy. Coming off of Waiaki Way, you're okay for now. And then in from Naivasha Road through towards Ngong Road, we're doing okay also getting into the city. The southern bypass looks pretty good, and we're seeing a smidgen of traffic on Magadi Road as you get towards Langata Road. On the eastern bypass, traffic is building, getting through towards North Airport Road and then out towards the Cabanas interchange. So we're getting into traffic hour. Let's see what happens when we do. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 6 minutes after 7 o'clock and welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room. Ndu, Mark and Dennis with you as we get into today's conversations. Thank you for you continuing to tune in on radio around the country and on our live streams of Facebook, YouTube and X. Karibu sana to our audience on KTN. Everybody, one happy family getting into these conversations this morning, and we're glad that you join us when you do. We're going to get into our Justice Thursday conversation at this hour. It's coming off of conversation that we just had between 6 and 7. And joining us already in the hot seat is the chairperson of the Land Acquisition Tribunal. The Honourable Dr. Nabil Orina is here. Good morning.
Good morning too.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. We've just come off a heated conversation about the possession. And when we say possession, not ownership, but possession in terms of this infused almost psychophancy when it comes to land and what happens when we see disputes. We've also seen a terrible story of what took place when, linked to a land dispute, a family of 9 essentially was burnt to death over what could be a land acquisition deal. So this is apt in terms of what the tribunal does in terms of enhancing access to justice. So we're getting into that conversation. It'll be interesting. Usually, CT Muga would share a proverb with you from Mozambique. You smile because you know exactly what I'm talking about. Mark Bichache is going to share that with you. Our proverbs this week come from Mozambique. Mark will share that with you. And as you normally do, we would then ask for your interpretation of this proverb.
Well, this proverb requires you to have intimate knowledge of two things. Knives and melons, are those familiar terms to you? Good. So whether the knife falls on the melon or the melon on the knife, the melon suffers.
Well, I would say it this way, that there is a difference between strength and size. You know, a knife might be small and a melon is big, but in all situations, the knife will always win that fight. So I think it's a proverb which tells us that you need to be aware of all situations and assess whether you're the knife or you're the melon, and do what is necessary.
Well, I've never had to think whether I'm a knife or a melon, but that is quite an apt explanation.
That's interesting how the human mind works, because usually we're here sitting thinking about the person getting hurt.
Yeah.
As opposed to you, are you the one who's being proactive? Or are you the one who has the power, essentially? So I think quite an apt one. You clearly in the right position when we talk about interpretation. So in enhancing access to justice, the Chief Justice has been quite deliberate and intentional in making sure that Kenyans actually do have access to justice, and that justice is brought from this place up here and delivered right to the doorstep of, our needs on a daily basis. And we can see that in the establishment of tribunals. We made a joke last week that, throw something at it and there's a tribunal for everything. And I think that's a good thing, because then people don't have to be wrapped up in courts that take time, and that maybe need to deal with not more weighty or more serious, but then other issues, and that tribunals can actually do that. So we've seen the importance of them. Now, the Land Acquisition Tribunal, I think, probably is, one of those things that gets a big A+ because of the conversation that we just had before you came, Honorable Orina, and that the possession that people have with land usually needs some kind of justice guidance. So we want to have a little bit of an understanding at the first of what the tribunal is, what it does, and then we can get into a little bit more of the issues that then they actually adjudicate.
Thank you very much. The Land Acquisition Tribunal essentially deals with the aspect of land that is where the government decides to acquire land for its projects. And as we know, the government always has its development projects around the country, infrastructural, in most cases. And in order to do those projects, the government will need to acquire private land, privately owned land, so that then it can expand the roads, the airports, etc. So in doing this, the government then will take this land and exercise a concept known as eminent domain, and this is where the government can take your land without you saying that it's okay. They can take your land. They take it whether you like it or not. But then the Constitution says that if government takes your land in that way, then they have to compensate you promptly. So then this is where the tribunal steps in that in doing this function of acquiring land on behalf of government or state agencies is placed upon the National Land Commission. So the National Land Commission will assess and find out who the owners of the land is, where the road should pass, and then it will determine how much they should be compensated. Sometimes they will probably not find, the owner who they are looking for, or they will determine someone else as the owner, or they'll determine a certain figure which the owner will not be satisfied with. So that's when now the person who's affected by this project has a right to come to the tribunal and say, look, you stated that you would acquire 2 acres of my land, but the road has passed through 4 acres and I was only compensated for 2 acres. Then the tribunal can conduct an inquiry, can conduct a hearing and hear this case and make a determination, essentially on appeal of the decision of the National Land Commission that conducted this acquisition. So the tribunal focuses chiefly on acquisitions which happen for the benefit of the government, state projects. Yes.
Okay. So then a tiff between Dennis and Mark then over land essentially would not be brought before the tribunal?
No, the tribunal does not deal with disputes over private individuals over land, over ownership disputes. Those would essentially lie with the Environment and Land Court, and in some instances before the Chief Magistrate's Court. Yes.
So here's a question where there is the agreement that X amount of land would be taken by the government, but the government as well takes the stated size of land, but there is always the problem when it comes to compensation, because the government would take forever to compensate, which is a problem, because someone says, you are already using my land, I no longer have access to this land because the government rightfully owns it. How do you deal with such matters and ensuring that even as the matters continue coming to you, that the government does what is right by the people?
Indeed, it's a very important issue that has always come to our tribunal, and this essentially flows from the provisions of the Constitution under Article 40, Sub-Article 3, where the Constitution says that the state shall not deprive a person of their land unless such deprivation will lead to compensation which will be adequate and prompt. So the aspect of promptness, and it has also been dealt with under the Land Act, is the requirement that if someone's land is taken, then you need to pay that person within a very short period, so that they don't suffer, double, despondency, where indeed they've been displaced from their land and they are not able to even fend for themselves. And the law requires that you should do this essentially within 1 year, and that actually forms the bulk of most of the disputes that come before us, because someone will say that my land was taken 4 years ago, a road has been built, that road has been completed, but the compensation has not come. So for us, the inquiry we conduct and the cases we conduct are to ask, then why is this compensation for this person? And in some cases, you'll find that there was a budget allocation for this, or the budget ran out. Then it's upon us to make a determination that indeed this money should have been paid within this period. And the tribunal has power to order that the money that should have been paid 4 years ago should now be paid with the interest that it has earned over this period, because this person is entitled to that, and his rights have been violated.
Okay.
I'm very glad to hear this. And the question I have, and it's twofold actually. Number one, it's one thing to take the government to court, but the government is not an institution. You can attach its properties, walk into the Ministry of Land and take 10 trucks and say, this is compensation for my land. So you may make a ruling, but what then compels the government to pay? That's my first question. And my second question, there was once a fire at the Kenya Lands Commission when there was an EACC anti-corruption thing going on. And where the corruption was, and now this is on the side of government, was when we were building the SGR, there was coalition between commissioners and the landowners to increase the value of the land to charge the government more. So one side, how do you make sure the government pays? And then how do you make sure that the deal being done between the individual landowner and the government is within the expected parameters of the value of land and the best case interest of the Republic?
Very well. I think you raised two very important matters. And the first matter is, how do you make the government to pay even when you've made such orders? For us, we look at the law. For instance, I can give you one example that we dealt with. A case comes before the tribunal where clearly we could see that there was no government provision, there was no budget for this project. Yeah. And I can tell you that the tribunal has, in some matters, stated that that project cannot go on. Because if you are saying that a project is worth 20 billion, and the aspect of compensation for the landowners is a fraction of it, 2 billion. But you're prioritizing building the project, for the public good, but you are forgetting that the most essential part is at least to compensate those whose lands you've taken. The tribunal has powers to order that, until this compensation is paid, this project, it can be stayed until the money for the compensation is released and it's paid. And in some instances, of course, we do understand that government goes through budgetary processes, and even when a case comes to us that some money has not been released, we do take into consideration that, and we give timelines within which compensation should happen before certain steps are taken. So we take that into account. And the second question that you ask, how do you then ensure that there's no pilferage of public coffers when compensation happens? Indeed, the work of the National Land Commission, which is an independent commission, and I believe there have been issues before, the investigations that you talk about, is to ensure that when such compensation is happening, then they do not, overpay somebody or underpay somebody. And indeed, for instance, the EACC's role is to ensure that such corruption does not occur. For our case, the cases that come to the tribunal is where someone is asking that they've been underpaid. So we wouldn't be in a position to examine cases where there is potential overpayment or overvaluation, because those would not necessarily come to us where we would, have to ask that.
So, as an independent citizen, if I think Aseto has been paid 300 million for his 1 acre in which village again?
Kanyamkago North.
Kanyamkago North. Yes. And he's been paid 300 million for it. And I, as a private citizen, are concerned that is an overpayment. I cannot bring that to the tribunal?
No, you can't. But there are many agencies you can take that to, and those agencies.
Please don't say ESCC.
One of them, sorry.
No, I'm joking. ESCC, I apologize. Yes, you are the right institution.
Yes, indeed, it is the right institution.
But Honourable, now there's a matter of the government before any project goes down. It has been planned. There is budget allocations and everything that happens. One would want to ask, before the project starts, why not compensate me before you get to do that? Because one would argue the government would go ahead and implement the project and think about compensation later. Can compensation be a priority first before the implementation of the project? That's number one. Question number two would be, if it's a project that has taken 4 years to be completed, my compensation has delayed for 4 years. If I was to be paid 200 million 4 years ago, 200 million is not the same amount 4 years later. How do you deal with such issues?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, in recognizing that there is a need to prioritize payment of the project affected persons, Parliament in coming up with the Land Act specified that before any state agency acquires land, or it must deposit the money for that project for the compensation with the National Land Commission, because the National Land Commission acts on behalf of the agencies that are going to acquire land. So it is the duty of the National Land Commission to ensure that before they gazette an intention to acquire, they have the money. And that is what the law says. So in circumstances where you find that such has happened, because some projects might have some urgency towards them, that we need, to build this security infrastructure here, and we need it now. So we need the commission to gazette the acquisition, and we need to move into this space immediately. Because sometimes you find that a gazettement can happen of acquisition of particular parcels of land for building of a road project, but they don't take possession immediately. This road will take 2-3 years. So before they come to your parcel of land, it's 3 years later, even if it was gazetted for acquisition. But in situations where there's urgency, and this is where then there is need for the National Land Commission to be more proactive in terms of engaging with the agency that is acquiring, that you must provide the money before we move into somebody's land. And that is what the law provides. The law provides that that money must be ascertained. Even if it's not physical money that has been transferred, you must be shown that there is money for this project before you give an approval. Because if government wants to acquire, and government, by this I mean the county government or the national government, any of the agencies, they ask for the National Land Commission. It's the one empowered by the Constitution and the law to acquire on their behalf. But the National Land Commission has a number of things they must tick. Is there money? Is this project necessary? Could it be done somewhere else? Before they give an approval. And at least those are the safeguards and under the law
that are put in.
Yeah.
Sorry, please go ahead.
It was on the second aspect of, fine, you've taken my land, you have delayed to pay me, but the value of that 200 million today is not the value 4 years later. So how would you deal with that? Because it is a legitimate concern.
Indeed. The law actually thought about that and indicates that if compensation is not paid immediately, that money should be put in an interest-earning account. Because there could be circumstances where a parcel of land is taken, but this parcel of land has a dispute between you and Bukachi on who the owner is. So what do you do with that money? You don't pay it to any of them until that dispute is resolved. But you put that money in an interest-earning account, and at the end of once that dispute has been resolved, whether it's 5 years from now, that person who was entitled to that should be paid that money with the interest. And the problem is that you cannot pay the person the value of the land at that time. 5 years later.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you find that a project passes through a village where the value of land was 10,000. That parcel of land, 2 years after that project, becomes $1 million. But the law requires that compensation shall be the value at the time the acquisition happened.
Okay.
So you cannot pay someone later after the project has passed through.
So this is interesting because we talk about what the law says, and you say, Honorable Arena, that you cannot pay somebody according to what the law says, and that one would expect that government then is one of the highest upholders of the law, or should be. And in these cases, this is government essentially that's being brought to the tribunal. So this paints the scenario, but let's talk about a real situation. A couple of months ago, what did we hear? That folks who should have been compensated because the SGR, which is operational in Kenya today, has passed through their land. There is money that was gotten in order for this project to be developed. So it's not a question of whether the money was there. And when we asked questions about why was the SGR so expensive, we hear that one of the big ticket items in that expense was the compensation of land that was taken from people. And yet, these people, I don't know how many years down the line, are yet to be compensated. So, is this something that is before the tribunal or would be brought before the tribunal? And if we say that we are waiting for the money to come, not possible, because guess what? The SGR has been built. So that means the money came. So why have these folks not been compensated, and what can be done? I mean, it's people all along the line of the SGR.
Indeed, and unfortunately, some of the cases we're handling today are SGR related. A project that commenced more than eight years back.
Yes, 2013.
Yes, but some of the issues around that project and compensation were issues of land ownership and verification of who the owners were. Because of different land tenure systems, we find that you could, in the city, be having a title to your parcel of land, but some of the parcels of land in the villages are owned either communally or through some other arrangements where persons do not have the proper documentation. And we have instances where, in trying to verify and to find out who are the persons entitled to compensation, the commission could not do, exactly verify at that particular time. And some of those persons, because they come from very remote areas, they not really have quick access to the courts and to ensure that their rights are enforced. But with the coming into law of the tribunal, which has been there now for a year and a half, a number of them have come to the tribunal, and we have been able to resolve some of those disputes and indeed untangle the money that was, is still within the accounts of the National Land Commission for their compensation.
Would the tribunal not then be able to immediately ask government and demand immediately as to why you've not compensated these people, rather than for them to be entangled in this process of asking why? Because it seems very clear-cut.
Indeed it is, and sometimes you find that it's a situation where, and not all the cases where people have not been compensated, you find a situation where someone was compensated, but someone comes later and says, but I should be the one who should have been compensated, and not all the cases are genuine. 3 weeks ago, we had to dismiss a case where someone wanted compensation for the same parcel of land where they were compensated. The same persons who were compensated as individuals later formed a company and said, well, our property was taken.
People,
we were the owners of this property. You find that the company was established in the year 2018, but the same individuals were compensated in the year 2014, and we find that there's no basis for the claim. So there could be other genuine claims, but others are, of course, not very genuine.
I'm not sure this is a question or I'm using. But I'm listening to you and I'm thinking, land disputes, who issues title deeds? Government. I'm thinking payments were late, who makes payments late? Government. I am thinking who is supposed to make sure the budget is there so that people are paid on time, government. I'm thinking who is the person who's taken to court the most, government. Question: as good a job as your tribunal is doing, would it exist if the Land Commission did its job?
And I think as well as it's just a right on that. As he asks that question, my question again would be, with all these laws that are there, government is the custodian and the one who understands the law best than any other individual. Why does it look as though they just decide to go against what the law prescribes?
The land sector, I think it's very obvious, even from the news items that you talked about, is very complicated. And the National Land Policy of 2009, which, proposed the establishment of the National Land Commission, was to, take care of some of the issues that were arising out of compensation when it comes to compulsory acquisition of land. Previously, this was run by the Commission of Lands. There was an individual called the Commission of Lands. Yes. And it was a mess, how arbitrary it was. You could decide who gets compensated, how much gets compensated. And now those powers were given to an independent commission.
Yes.
I mean, the National Land Commission has been there for a number of years. But I'm not saying that if it did its job, the tribunal would not exist, but there are challenges it has experienced, in trying to streamline these aspects. And clearly the law is on their side, but also, certain challenges, even from the past, still keep following it up in terms of, a clear record of who owns what when it comes to land. Because when it comes to aspects of, compensating the wrong person, it's records that have been mixed up, two people having a title to the same parcel of land. Those are problems that have come from the past to come to haunt the work of the commission today.
Hold it, Mark.
Oh, I held this time. Let me hold my heart.
Just for a minute. Let's take a break, and then we'll come back and look at this, because then the tribunal today in the present is dealing with issues that are historical in nature. And of course, Mark is bursting with that. We're going to come back and look into that. We're talking this morning with the Honorable Rena, and we're looking at certain issues around the Land Acquisition Tribunal. And he's a chairperson, and he's talking us through some of these things. It might just get a little bit sticky, but that's why we're here, to have and open up those conversations. 28 minutes to 8 o'clock. It's the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Where? Have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com? Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
The weather with SpiceFM.
15 and cloudy conditions in Nairobi. It's 16 and sunny into Nakuru, while at 14, partly sunny at Nyeri, and it's 14 and clear into Eldoret. Mombasa is sunny at 24, with Malindi at 24 and sunny. Kisumu clear at 20, with Kakamega clear at 16. Into Kampala, it's mostly cloudy at 20, and at 24, sunny now in Dar es Salaam, while at 11, cloudy in Johannesburg, and 27 and mostly sunny into Mogadishu. 15 in Addis Ababa, the sun is up. It's 26 and cloudy into Lagos, with a rainy morning in Kinshasa at 24.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Traffic.
Well, the TikTok of the clock says that we are into traffic hour, and for all that's happening on the Eastern Bypass, we'd say a yes, because there is traffic and it's bumper to bumper through towards North Airport Road. There's traffic on Outer Ring, round that loop, and then getting towards the Cabanas interchange. That very, very busy. Also, on the Thika Superhighway, traffic, though contained to right about Survey, is pretty heavy as you get towards the Pangani Underpass, and there is traffic coming off of Kiambu Road trying to approach Muthaiga Square. Busy there. And now is when we see traffic really building up on Limuru Road as as you come in from Village Market out towards City Park, the market, and then past. If you're going towards Westlands, coming in from Wangari Maathai Way, it's not so fun right now. It's really busy. So plan your trip if you're heading in that direction. You're okay coming off of Waiaki Way and Ngong Road as well. We'll see what happens as we enter traffic hour proper. We're here for it. Talk to us and let's keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's our Justice Thursday conversation this morning with the Honourable Ednah, who is the chairperson of the Land Acquisition Tribunal. And some of the issues that we're looking at, you're bursting with it, Mark.
You know, in this country, we say things are complicated when we mean we are corrupt. Because
complication equals corrupt.
Yes, that's what we say about everything. You know, land matters are complicated. Healthcare is complicated. But the truth is, and I know we have remedial justice in this country, but I want you to wear the heart of your experience. Do you honestly think that if Kenya, not just the Land Commission or any other entity in charge of land, just dealt with the issue of corruption, that your tribunal will have an easier time?
Absolutely. I have no doubt that, especially in the land sector, if the officers who are responsible, especially for issuing of titles, authenticating title documents, could do their job, many of the cases that we're even seeing in court, or things, very bad things happening out there, would not be there. So it's a conversation that has to be had continuously in terms of what happens, especially to the persons who public trust has been placed on them. In these offices, when they make certain decisions that affect people's lives and they do certain things that are corrupt. So I think that's something that we should, focus on. What are the consequences? We have seen courts many times saying that there were 3, title deeds issued on this parcel of land, trying to dispossess, some old family of their land. But what are the consequences of the people who did that? I think we're not seeing more of that, and we should be seeing more of that to streamline things.
In fact, that was my last question to you. Yes. It's okay to say government delayed. It's okay to say people were paid less, late, etc. Does your tribunal have the ability to hold to account the individuals? Because see, the commission is not one person. Do you have the ability to go to the source in government, not this amorphous thing called government, and say, Ndu, you were in charge of Maralal, and the road went through Maralal, and these complaints we are seeing, they all originate from your office. So can we hold you personally accountable? Because it's good to pay back someone. That's very good. I'd like to have my money. But it's good to go back to the source and tell Ndu, Maralal is not your village, is not your mom's house, that you can do what you want. So Ndu, this is what you're paying for. Do you have that extent of power?
We do have, in certain instances, for instance, where a case comes before the tribunal. I can talk about, there was a project in Mutomo, Kibwezi, a road project done years ago. And the persons are saying that over 2 billion has not been paid to the project affected persons. This is a matter we've seen that has gone even to Parliament, and there have been a lot of conversations. And the acquiring authority in that case is actually part of the case in the tribunal, where the questions are being asked. Where is this money? The commission would say that the money, as part of the money was transferred, but the remainder of the money was never transferred. So we have involvement of all the agencies that are involved, especially in terms of putting the money for these projects. And this makes it easy to resolve the case at the end of the day by saying that, okay, some of the money was paid, some was not paid, and you find that such cases are resolved even before they end up in trial. I mean, I saw in the news that that very case that we had, money has been released now, through different efforts to bring people to account to ensure that what should have been done should be done, and we have the powers to summon officers before our tribunal to answer these questions in terms of why is this not being released, and clearly to give a timelines in terms of what should be done to compensate especially persons whose lands have been taken.
Honorable Lorena, one would as let me just put it blatantly. Does the tribunal have powers to say, Aseto, you broke the law, spend time or pay back the money that has not been paid? That's number one. Number two, in terms of the government has been seen to be breaking the law, your tribunal will make decisions and give court orders that need to be upheld by the same government that broke this law. What is the rate of successes in terms of compliance with court orders that come from a tribunal? Because then again, we've seen the government itself not respecting court orders.
Well, it's always a slow process, especially when it comes to monetary issues, where if money had not been set aside, or if a project had proceeded, money was exhausted, and there's need for budgeting for more money. So sometimes it might take a few months because most of the orders are about compensation or finding the right party to compensate. But in some cases, you find that the money is actually there. But it's a question of the money is not being given to this party because they're not satisfied that it's the right party to pay. So we get to resolve issues of who should be paid certain monies. But where money was not allocated, it has taken a while, but there are steps that are actively being undertaken to ensure that the money is paid, because we wouldn't be worth the work that we're doing if our orders were in vain. So at least we have aspects of where how to ensure that certain court orders are complied with.
Okay, so I mean, we know what the tribunal does. We're understanding that it's government, and that if you had particular claims, you could bring it. But then, where do we start? Now let's look at brick and mortar and procedural issues. There's little old me and my 3 acres, or my family 10 acres, whatever may be, and part of that land has been taken, whether there was notice or not, as you established at the beginning. But where do I begin? Because here I am as little old me, and I'm dealing with this monster that is government. How do I start? By bringing my case to the tribunal? Do I need representation? Can I come as I am? How do we begin?
Thank you for that. The tribunal, and indeed many other tribunals, as you indicated at the beginning, before in the judiciary, have simplified procedures where you're able to file your case, and now with the e-filing system, where you can file online from whichever corner you are, because it's a national tribunal, which means that today we can be hearing a case from Malindi, and tomorrow we'll be hearing a case from Nyatike constituency, where there are many claims in regard to the irrigation scheme there. You either can get a lawyer and to reduce your complaint, into a format that will be able to clearly explain what the issue is, and file it. And once it has been filed, then we seized of it, and we give directions in terms of the responses that we require in instances where we need to come to you because your parcel of land is in a place that was affected by the Lower Kuja irrigation scheme, and you are just one of the many other villagers who are affected, and you are not able to even come and find this tribunal that is being talked about. We can come to you. We've come to the site. We do site visits to see the situation on the ground, to talk to the persons affected. and ensure that at least they have access to the tribunal. And that's why tribunals then are part of that access to justice, promotion of the access to justice, by being efficient, by being accessible to anybody who would like to, to bring a matter before us. So the online portal helps, but it might not be accessible to everyone, and that's why then we have assistance from our shared services of the tribunals, a secretariat which is able to assist in any way to anybody who needs assistance to be able to do filing.
Yeah, and where are those? Because I'm going to go to the example that you used about the person who is in Kibwezi, or Interior.
Yes.
How do they have access to the secretariat? How do we even begin to know? Because for me, that's what real access to justice looks like. Is there an office somewhere at the ward level? Is there somebody that I can go and have a conversation with? How does that play out?
And how much is it?
Yes, indeed. So what the tribunals are doing, and they have what is called the shared services, which is an office that would represent all tribunals, and anybody who wishes to have a matter related to any tribunal, whether it's a business premises rent issue or the land acquisition, would come to that. And this is being devolved in a few weeks' time. I think 2 weeks' time, a shared services center will be opened in Kisumu. And the intention at the end of the day is to ensure that where court stations are, you can walk to a court station, which is the nearest to you, and you can ask, how can I file this matter at the Land Acquisition Tribunal? And the person you meet there at a desk will be able to guide you, to tell you that you can do this, you can have your documents scanned, and we can assist you to upload them. And that is the intention eventually, to ensure that even though these courts, these tribunals are not at every location or every county across the country, you are able to find somebody at a desk to tell you that if you have a claim, you can be assisted to upload it, to file it, and then after that, if you do not have a computer or a phone, to log in online, you can come to that center where we have gadgets for you to be able to sit and be seen by the tribunal and address the tribunal. And we have had that, where we have had cases filed and persons have gone to Kisumu and they've been put in a room and they're able to follow proceedings virtually, even when we have not been able to go to the ground.
So how much is it? Yeah.
Oh, the cost, yes. Most of the claims have the minimal 1,000 bob for filing, other than the very high liquidated claims. If you're claiming $1 billion from government for land that was taken, it's about 70,000. So the maximum is 70,000, but most of the claims are the minimum filing cost.
Honorable Lorena, with the tribunals in place, there is this aspect of how Kenyans view the judiciary, pretty much. Yeah. It's the reason why you find many don't want to go to the judiciary, because of the backlogs that do exist and whatnot. So how is the tribunal changing the face in and promising Kenyans that when you bring your matter to us, we will dispense with it at the fastest time possible and ensure that the matter is heard?
Indeed, and specifically, if I may talk about the Land Acquisition Tribunal, the law requires us that from the time a matter is filed, we should determine the matter within 2 months. Of course, there could be instances where, there could be the tribunal might extend that time because certain documents have not been found, because it's a case that was done. It's an acquisition that was done in 2008, before even the National Land Commission came about, and you need to retrieve documents from the former Commissioner of Lands office, which is now the Ministry of Lands. And in that situation, it might take slightly longer, maybe up to 3 months. But from our rates, in terms of our statistics, from the time we started operations in October of 2023 up to date, we've had over 144 cases filed.
Right.
But out of those, 94 have been resolved. And our turnaround is between 2 months to 3 months at most. So one thing that you can be assured of by going to a tribunal is that your case will be resolved within the quickest
time possible. So
and congratulations for that.
I think that's a great.
It's not mean feat.
90 days is not. Because we have land issues, and when we talk about then individuals to individuals, we have land issues that have been wrapped up in court for 20 years and counting and going on beyond that. So I would say that's quite an incredible thing to be able to do, especially when you're dealing again with the monster that is government, right? So now here we are looking at other situations where we say, we have a case, and we know, or from tribunals, that matters arising in tribunals and that have been adjudicated and a judgment has been made are enforceable. They are enforceable, are they not?
They are.
So, and I am assuming within a period of time that if the case is to be found for Mark, and the government then needs to compensate him his 2 billion shillings,
those are my figures.
Is there a statute? Is there a limitation on the time within which then this judgment then must be enforced, or do you say we're going to give the government time to gather up their coins, or do we say with immediacy? How does that work?
It's on a case-to-case basis.
Okay.
There are certain circumstances where we're satisfied that indeed the money is there. We can make orders that within 30 days your money should be released to you. Okay. And in some instances, I think the maximum we say is within 3 months to ensure that at least the government gets its stuff in order and compensates the person. But it's up. The discretion is up to the tribunal to decide, looking at the circumstances within which time you should.
Okay, but does it hear from government as well before you make that judgment? Because, I mean, isn't that the thing that we hear all the time? Because, again, we're dealing with government whereby we'll say, well, we can't send money for capitation because we just don't have enough just yet. We're going to gather up our coins and do that. We can't really pay for this because we are still gathering. We have to be real, haven't we, Honourable Arena? So even when the tribunal, because this is a tribunal insisting or demanding government to pay, whereby we've already been told that, resources are limited. So does the tribunal take into consideration the atmosphere of the day? One thing that I remember Justice Lanola saying a lot is that we take into consideration what is happening around. So do you take into consideration that we've heard CS and Mbadi say, well, we don't have so much right now before a judgment is given, because that would seem that I would get the short end of the stick, or does that not happen at all?
Well, even when times are tough for everybody, including government, there are aspects that must be enforced and must be upheld, and especially if it touches on violations of constitutional rights. Right to property, a person where you have evidence that a person has been displaced because we needed to do this road, then you must demand that this must be prioritized. And there is money for these projects. And if a project has been, crafted, indeed, there was a plan for it, and they have to compensate.
So there is the aspect that you've just brought in terms of some of the cases that are being followed up. You have to go back to the formal Commission of Land to get all these records. And there has been a conversation for a very long time on matters to do with records, digitizing it and whatnot, which again you depend on these documents to be able to dispense your matters. In conversations that you have with the Ministry of Land or the government in itself in just helping you do your work easier, is this a subject matter, and are you having conversations perhaps or even recommendations to the ministry in just having all this data well backed up and digitized? And if so, tumefika wapi?
It's indeed a challenge where you have to get certain records. Of course, you have to deal first with the bureaucracies and also the unavailability sometimes of records, and sometimes you have nothing to work with, and you have to try piece together what then was the situation here. And when you have cases going back, most of the time you will find that a road happened, Thika Road for instance. We have cases coming from Thika Road when it was being expanded.
Yes.
Yeah, and you'll find that at the time when that project was being done, there was, it affected certain parcels of land. And then out of that project, the parcels affected had disputes. And that's why, you find that the problems that are late in coming to the tribunal were also entangled somewhere else. An ownership dispute that lasted another 10 years in court before it was resolved. And then once it was resolved, this person is coming, okay, now the courts have said, I am the person who should have been paid. I'm coming to seek to be paid because I've written letters and, nobody is responding. So then that's where we have to ask that, okay, these records need to be brought, and then they have to go back to in time. But with the coming into place of the National Land Commission, the records are now being are kept in a better way, and we're able to find and get responses. But even then, even records from back in the days, it just takes a bit of time, but they are there, and they certainly come to court when we demand for them.
Okay. What happens when government doesn't pay?
There is a procedure for someone who wishes to execute against government. Where then you get a certificate and then try to go through the process of, seeking orders of mandamus, what is so-called mandamus, to have them pay. But it lengthens the process, unfortunately, for persons who are affected, where then you have to kind of undertake another new process to get paid. But in instances where we find that it's clear, this acquisition happened, this money should have been budgeted for, we find that it's much easier to deal with rather than where, it's another case where, for instance, someone sues the government for torture. And the government is told you need to pay this person, 30, 40 million or so. And it's lengthier, but I think for acquisition matters, because the land has already been taken, issues are very clear. It might take time, but persons do get paid.
So there are folks who are probably sitting on cases today. What would be your encouragement to them, or your advice to them, who say, well, okay, I don't know that I can go to the tribunal and sit through the waiting, and I don't know what the outcome will be, because that's what precludes a lot of folks from coming out anyway, fear of the unknown. What would you say to them?
Indeed. The tribunal, first, I would like to say that our jurisdiction is, I would say, threefold. The first jurisdiction where, people appeal directly, and you're required to appeal within 30 days after decision of the National Land Commission has been made. But you might find someone who was not able to appeal within the 30 days because a decision on an award was made in the year 2020, and they were not even aware that, their land was acquired or an award was given. So there is a mechanism of applying to extend time, and then the tribunal can, consider that and allow you to come. There are also aspects, a very important aspect, is where someone has a complaint, a general complaint that maybe their land was taken, there was no award and nothing. That does not have time limitation because it touches on issues of violation of the Constitution. But you have to come to court as soon as possible, so that then you don't delay too much, so that the other party is disadvantaged in terms of defending themselves. But for those who are thinking that should I bring my matter to the tribunal, I think it's easy. Bring your matter. It will be resolved within the quickest time possible, and you will have at least a resolution of the question that you have.
It's only 1,000 bob.
Yeah.
Okay. So how many? When was this tribunal established? Actually,
it was established in the law in the year 2019. But we were appointed in 2023 of October of 2023, and that's when we started our work.
And what are your numbers looking like in terms of cases that you've been able to sort through?
We have, in that year we had about 2 or 3 filed, but over time the numbers have increased. We've had over 150 cases filed in the past 1 year. The past 1 month we had 45 cases filed. So the more the people get to know about the tribunal, the more they are, coming and embracing it and filing their cases. And we find that, for instance, in the many cases that were filed last month, it's a project that was done, in Yatike, an irrigation project, where one person filed the case and the tribunal was able to resolve it quickly, and then the rest of them were like, okay, we also have, similar matters.
I just think it's interesting that in the 2 years of actual work that is being done by the tribunal, that almost over 200 cases have already been brought against government in terms of seeking compensation. That's something to think on, isn't it? The chairperson.
But 94 have been resolved. Yeah, I think that's very important.
Of course, it's very important. I'm just saying that, that there's a lot, obviously, that people have been holding on to, and that where would they have gone had the tribunal not been established and started working in 2023. Thank you for the good work that you do, and it's interesting to hear, and then also getting a place where people can actually go to. The Honourable Dr. Nabil Orina is the chairperson of the Land Acquisition Tribunal, has been our guest on this Justice Thursday session. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Legislators have criticized the Old Persons Cash Transfers Program to citizens aged 70 years and above, terming it a conduit of corruption thanks to its opaque operations. During a debate of the Social Protection Bill 2025, MPs also called for an increase in the 2,000 shillings amount doled out to the elderly and an implementation of a stronger administrative mechanisms to guard the purse. Notably, the bill proposes for the creation of a board to administer how the cash transfer program will be run and which will have powers to determine who will be eligible for cash transfer. Lawmakers rallied behind the bill, with Suba North MP Millie Odhiambo using the debate to defend the NGCDF.
When other members of parliament got down to seek support, to seek to do their representation role, we are added other roles, which include social protection. And Madam Speaker, that is why sometimes I get abased when you hear people who are elitists, who are divorced from realities of the ground, saying how CDF should be removed. Madam Speaker, even though CDF focuses not on social protection but infrastructure, it has actually ameliorated some of the challenges and pressures that were put on members of parliament. And one of those issues that are placed on members of parliament right now is the issue of social protection.
An ongoing smuggling case has revealed that other insects are also finding their way to the international markets. An expert report shows that praying mantises are being illegally whisked away from the country for food or beauty keeping. The report was submitted to the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport Magistrate Njeri Nthuku regarding the 1.3 million shillings and smuggling saga. Last week, two 18-year-old Belgian teens, a Vietnamese and 26-year-old Kenyan Dennis Nganga, admitted to smuggling at least 5,000 ant queens. The report by the Kenya Wildlife Service indicates that smuggling ants and praying mantises has been going on for over 6 years. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has urged MPs from Baringo County to engage residents in a bid to restore peace in the conflict-prone region. He was speaking in the National Assembly during Wednesday's afternoon sitting. Wetangula urged the MPs to engage young people in peace interventions, noting that many of them possess illegal firearms.
Honorable Kiborek and your colleagues from Baringo, yourself, Maklap, Kamket, Musa Sirma, Chematia, Kandie, and Kamren, you are leaders. You are going on recess. Go around your county and talk to those young people and encourage them to stop wielding illegal firearms. It is those young men who vote for you. It is those young men who you use for good and for bad. Go and meet them and talk to them so that as leaders you also play your role to ensure that there is peace within your jurisdiction. And I'm sure you can. Some of those young men are your age, Kiborek, And I'm sure you can use your magic as a youth.
U.S. President Donald Trump has accused Volodymyr Zelensky of harming peace negotiations after the Ukrainian president said Kyiv would not recognize Russian control of Crimea. Writing on Truth Social, Trump claimed a deal to end the war was very close, but that Zelensky's refusal to accept U.S. terms will do nothing but prolong the conflict. Earlier, U.S. Vice President D.J. Vance laid out the U.S. vision for a deal, saying it would freeze the territorial lines close to where they are today. Ukraine has long said it will not give up Crimea, a southern peninsula illegally annexed by Russia in 2014. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Traffic.
Okay, a quick look at what's happening with traffic this morning. As a little bit of it is coming into the city, and it's quite heavy as you come in from the Thika Superhighway heading out towards the CBD, and it's also very busy on James Gishuru as you cross over. Then look at that, it's crossing over Wayaki Way going through towards Red Hill. There's traffic incoming as well. Lower Kabete going towards Spring Valley, very, very busy, and also on Limuru Road coming through that loop on the other side, busy. The Thika Superhighway thick with traffic as you come then through towards Survey and then out from Kiambu Road. Eastern Bypass going towards Outer Ring, also extremely busy. And here we go with a lot of that. We will keep talking. We are in Traffic Hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
I was putting up a TV, still didn't trust me.
Why are you shouting?
Kama kampuni imeanguka mtu wangu. We are getting knock off city.
You don't trust me.
No.
Why?
With the Proverbs.
See, we even say hi first. People. Why are we shouting? Good morning. It's 6 minutes after 8 o'clock, and we've already even started before we even start. And we're getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, and those sounds that you hear. Senator Sifuna.
Yes.
I've been taught properly how to address senators.
Yes.
The Senator of the Republic of Kenya, elected by the people of Nairobi.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It's a lot of...
Come on, man.
It's a lot of semantics. But
I think so too.
Cruise nicely with it.
No.
I think so too.
You and me go a long way.
We do.
So even if you call me a do, like I wouldn't. You know, these people who bother about how they are addressed.
There's an issue.
It's revealing an issue that they have personally. It doesn't really matter. Unaweza niita tu edu.
So maybe now edu we move.
Tumetoka mbali.
But Senator, I agree with you.
I will not insist on titles.
I once told a pastor who insisted he must be called pastor, told him we have to call you pastor, but we call Jesus.
Unamuita na jina yake, lakini sasa unataka kuitwa the most reverend bishop.
You know, Jesus is a title.
Correct.
No, Jesus is a name.
The name itself is a title.
So you will not find me in those spaces where I'm insisting on being called Mheshimiwa, Senator Sifuna,
Honorable.
I needed to Edu bana.
So Edu is here.
Yeah, you do something.
No stranger to the hot seat in the Situation Room, and there are hot issues that are happening around, and this is why we have these conversations always, to be able to bring these issues to the fore and to be able to discuss them in an open and transparent manner, either for two things to happen: to keep the conversation alive, or to actually get the movers and shakers in those positions to do something about those. And that's why we have those conversations, and that's why you're here this morning. Now, the man that you trust with your everything is here. His name is Mark Bichachi. City is not here.
Who are those people that trust Mark Bichachi in everything? I mean, those are also the second group of people who should examine their lives. After those ones who insist on being called Senator from Bungoma.
Let me tell you.
Wait. If we start telling you, we will not go far. CT got Proverbs from Mozambique.
Yes.
He's delivered now.
But can we trust Mark Bichachi to give us
as CT gave?
CT is a sage.
He has now.
Looks like a Gen Z who just manufacture his own thing.
I'm a Padawan.
The way that the people of Kenya have now delegated their power to members of parliament is the way CT has delegated his power of sage to Mark. So let him share the proverb.
Be left to Mark.
This is recorded.
If CT is not here, let's not do the proverb.
No, we'll do the proverb anyway. So let Mark share the proverb. Mark, just share the proverb.
The problem with Edu is he does not trust me with the instruments of the proverb I'm about to share.
Okay. Share the proverb. Share the proverb.
You must figure out which one you are in this proverb.
Okay.
Whether the knife falls on the melon or the melon falls on the knife, the melon suffers. I say that with great personal influence and undertones.
You've tried your best to channel CT, but I don't know. What does it even mean? He used to explain to us the proverb so that...
he told me that I need to trust your amazing literary capacity.
Okay, from my perspective, I mean, the melon is always going to lose against the knife. Because knives are made of sterner stuff than melons. So whether it's the knife falling on the melon or the melon falling on the knife, the melon suffers.
Are you a knife or watermelon?
I don't know. I mean, it is for the people of Kenya who have known us all this time to characterize us. They come up with all sorts of monikers for all of us who are in public life. So ask them if I look like a melon or
a knife. Perhaps at the end of this conversation,
we will know.
Absolutely.
So,
now, can you trust Bichachi with proverbs?
Not necessarily. I will still insist on.
Again, let's see what happens by the end of this conversation. So, I mean, getting into it, what are we talking about today? What has been in, public glare? And one of the things that we do when we look at Senate, for whom you are part of, and its role in oversight. Oversight is not just on operations, but largely with money spent at the county level and taking into consideration governors. Senate sits regularly and committees sit regularly. We see you with Senator Kajwang, we see you with Senator Okello Tata, as well as Cherargei, looking into these matters often in terms of how counties spend their money. Recently, the Road Maintenance Levy Fund has come into question. The president coming out clearly and saying, you know what, members of parliament, leave this thing to me. Leave this thing and let governors actually handle it. Members of parliament are up in arms and they're saying, excuse me, leave this to us because we are the ones. Senate is coming in the middle of all of this and saying, you know what, guys, in terms of oversight, we actually need to remove this thing from members of parliament, and very clearly so. And we'll start off with one simple question. Why?
First of all, I always appreciate opportunities to speak to not just the people of Nairobi, but the general public. And we are meeting here today or having this conversation today at a very difficult time for Nairobi. We have had incidents of death following the flooding that has happened in Nairobi. As of yesterday, we were counting upwards of 6 people lost in various places in Nairobi. My teams have been in contact with the families to just extend support to them, because these are the most unnecessary deaths in Nairobi. Because we all know that the rains are going to come at some point, and the county government needs to do certain things to ensure that people are safe. I brought a petition to the Senate just last week before we went on recess on compensation and involvement of the communities that were living along the riparian areas that are very risky. Our people have no problem moving to safer ground zones. And it's not a decision people make deliberately to live in dangerous places. It is a decision that they are pushed into given their economic circumstances. Mark, you'll find that most of the times the cheapest accommodations you can find in Nairobi are the riskiest.
Yes.
And it is what pushes our people to these areas where they put their lives at risk. And they have told me that they have no problem moving. They just need to be involved, and the compensation that was promised, especially along the river corridors, has to be given. Number two, as a Catholic myself, we are in mourning. Yes. We lost one of the most progressive popes. I said
that is true.
That if you are an avowed sinner like myself, you know, there are people who are very pretentious.
There's God the Father, God the Son, the Holy Spirit, and
Mark then them.
Yes.
Mark will start telling us the way he's infallible.
Let it go. Let it go.
I am the road.
So we've lost one of the most progressive popes. So that if you are an avowed sinner like Sifuna, this was the pope for us. That found in his heart to accommodate those of us who have fallen short of the glory of God. And as a Catholic, I continue to extend my condolences to the entire Catholic fraternity. I've seen a letter from the Archbishop of Nairobi, the Bishop Anyolo. There's a service tomorrow for that. And even as a family at home, I lost my auntie Mefa yesterday. She's the first wife of my late uncle Lawrence Sifuna. So again, condolences to the family. And so on and so forth. Yeah, but back to that question, if you look at the constitutional structure, the fourth schedule of the constitution has set out the roles of the two levels of government. When we come to say roads, there are only two roads or levels of roads stated in the constitution. We have national roads and we have county roads. It is that simple. So if you read the papers today in the Star, my deputy party leader, Abdul Swamad Nasir, the governor of Mombasa, has tried to explain this thing to those who appear like they don't know what is going on. Because it is not about sentiment. It is about constitutional purity. If the constitution has set out roads at two levels, there are county roads and there are national levels, national roads. So national trunk roads, everybody knows. The road from Mombasa to Malaba is a national road. That should be handled by the national government. But all these other roads fall under county governments. My party leader, who's one of the architects of this constitution, has been very clear that there is no role for us in Parliament to involve ourselves in matters of road construction. That my role as a senator, and it extends to members of the National Assembly as well, is oversight, representation of the people, and legislation. You know, so it is not possible for me as Sifuna, if I am also constructing things here in Nairobi, I cannot oversight myself. And that is where the debate is. And when you see somebody like Professor Nyong'o come out and say that the president, even the president claiming that let me manage the roads, first of all, he has more than enough on his plate. And he's struggling with whatever it is that is on his plate. He has national roads to deal with. Let county governments manage the county roads. That's just what the constitution says. So we have a levy that we collect. Every time you buy a liter of fuel, there is a certain percentage that goes to road maintenance levy. And what the members of the National Assembly have done is that because they are upset that the RMLF money is being fought over with the governors, they have decided that they are going to blackmail the entire devolution ecosystem. They're going to blackmail us in the Senate. They're going to blackmail the governors to make sure that they get the RMLF. I was one of the senators.
Blackmail how?
I'll give you examples. During the debate on division of revenue, just the discussion about how much money goes to the county governments, so there was a stalemate. There was a stalemate between the figure that was proposed by the National Assembly and the Senate. Do you know the national government brought back the division of revenue, something that is unprecedented. After we have already passed it, they brought it back and said, oh, we are cutting back the allocation to counties to 380 billion from the 385 that we had given the previous year. And it was something that was unprecedented. In my reading and interpretation of the Constitution only envisages one division of revenue bill every financial year. So this financial year, we have had two. We passed one, then it was rejected and brought back to us, and they told us, because of the Gen Z pricing, we had to abandon the finance bill. Now we are cutting back financing for the counties. So when we refused as a Senate, because if you look at the Article 96 of the Constitution, the Senate's entire existence is to protect devolved governments and devolution. So if you tell me that you're going to reduce the allocation to counties, naturally, I am sworn to defend the position of the county governments and the people. So during that stalemate, we go into what is called mediation. We have a committee from the members, a committee that is made of members of the National Assembly and members of the Senate. I remember Ndindi Nyoro was the lead from the National Assembly. And they come to the room and tell us, Sifuna, at that time, the governors have gone to court on this question of RMLF. And they tell us, no RMLF, no division of revenue. Can you imagine? That is how they take hostage the entire devolution. Because the counties are waiting for you to pass the Division of Revenue Act so that they can receive money. They can know how much money is coming to them so that they can plan. So they tell us, we are not going to pass this thing until you guys, in fact, they were so condescending, telling us, Sifuna, you go and speak to your governors, tell them to withdraw that case on RMLF before we have any discussion on anything.
How much are we talking about here? Because let's put it in perspective.
So in terms of about 60. It's about 60 billion in terms of road maintenance levy. And the members of parliament are insistent that they are the ones to control that kitty, so that they are the ones to run road maintenance in the country. And yesterday, one of them, wenyewe wanajisema, one of them who's loud-mouthed enough, he came out and said they inflate the cost of CDF projects and road projects so that they can make money and live lavishly. He's a member of the National Assembly saying these things.
Edu, as you want to be.
Yes.
Told. I've listened to you keenly.
And
I'm wondering whether I'm the one who reads the Constitution as it is. Or maybe there's if-buts confusion in that Constitution. Because the owner of budget, is the National Assembly. But once that budget is released, inclusive of what is given to the counties and is allocated to the counties, how exactly does a member of parliament interface with county government to implement the roads fund?
In fact, they don't interface at all, because once he's the one who is in charge of the roads, they don't even consult the county governments. They don't consult the county governments on the CDF projects that they want to do. It's like we are running two parallel governments that don't speak to each other.
And two parallel constitutions.
So for as long as this money for RMLF is assigned to the member of parliament for, I don't want to say a constituency because they'll start crying. He is the person who determines which contractor is going to get that road, to do that road, and then wanakutana nyuma ya tent vile mmoja wao mwenyewe ametuambia. And that should not be the case.
But so does legislation interface with execution? My problem is not understanding the corruption they want to do. My problem is understanding on which legal footing do they want to execute this.
No, they have. In fact, the argument we have made as ODM is that there is no legal footing. The courts have said as much, because, as you know, the courts have already declared funds such as the CDF unconstitutional. There is now a bill that has been published to amend the constitution to entrench all these funds in the constitution. It's undergoing public participation, and our position and the position I take. Luckily for me, I take instructions from only one boss. I only have one boss, who is Raila Amolo. So all these other riffraffs shouting here and there, I don't really care what they have to say. I take instructions from one person. So Baba has been very clear that, in fact, members of the National Assembly have no business engaging in road construction.
Yes.
He has come to the defense of devolution on this particular issue, and he has directed that members of the National Assembly from ODM must support devolution. And I was happy that at the burial in Siaya recently for his long-time bodyguard, the leader of minority in the National Assembly, who's an ODM member, the Honorable Junaid Mohammed, committed to making sure that members of ODM support the position that has been taken by the party.
Okay.
And in fact, the tiff that I was getting into with some of his characters from Kenya Kwanza is that we have not had the president defending devolution. In fact, he is an enemy of devolution when he stands up and says, leave it to me.
To me.
Yeah, that is not what the constitution says. He has national roads to deal with. Na zimemshinda. So awache governors wafanye county roads as required by the constitution. Number two, the leader of majority in the National Assembly, Kimani Ichung'wah, has said nothing. Has said nothing at all in defense of devolution. In fact, he, all the time when he rises on the floor of the House, he wants to characterize the governors as the problem with devolution. But Mark, if you interact with these issues, I'm telling you this country is in a problem. And I am convinced that if we don't sort out national leadership, it doesn't matter what these people are doing here at the county level. You will always struggle. Because the people at the helm, the top, if they don't believe in devolution, do you know, Mark, we say, okay, we have passed the Division of Revenue Bill. It says Nairobi County is going to get 20 billion Kenya shillings. So the county governor has to start preparing a budget based on what the Senate has passed, right?
Yes.
But that money never ever gets to the counties in time. We pass something called a disbursement schedule. A disbursement schedule is supposed to say every single month, county government of Nairobi will receive 1.2 billion Kenya shillings. The National Treasury never follows that disbursement schedule. So why do we pass these things? You know? Then you see it and you rack up a lot of pending bills. It is impossible for counties to plan, to operate. You know, to operate. So if you don't get a person who actually believes in devolution in the national government at the top, then nothing is going to happen. And clearly, William Ruto is not the right person because he's saying he wants to take away county functions.
So, Sifuna, here we're talking about 60 billion shillings. And then there are these other bodies that are in charge of making sure that this is spent. So we have the Kera and Kura. So once this devolution, as stated by the Constitution, we only have two roads, national and county. Where will Kera and Kura go?
So my party leader, again, has provided guidance because Mzee was the person who crafted these road agencies. At that particular point in time, we still had a unitary system. We didn't have the new constitution.
No.
Now, he has said boldly, and it is a position that we have taken as a party, and it's a position that I follow. So if you want to come after me, know that you are not coming after Sifuna, you're coming after Raila. Baba amesema ya kwamba in the current constitutional dispensation, we actually don't need Kura and Kera. Because all those roads, there are only two roads. Two classifications of roads. The national roads and the county roads. So Kera has no business existing. It has no business existing. Let those roads, because those roads are classified as county roads, be managed by the county government. Kenya Urban Roads Authority need not exist at the moment under the constitutional dispensation that we have. So that is the position. The problem is, Mark, is money.
Right, that's it. Okay, so let's jump off of that issue.
That's the problem.
Edwin, let's jump off of that issue and let's play in a different space just for a minute, as uncomfortable as it might be. Let us imagine that members of parliament have finished their work in legislation, they finished their work in representation, they finished that work. And now they want to focus on handling this fund, because essentially what is the purpose of this fund? It is to build, maintain roads. That's what it is. That's what that road maintenance money does, right? What would it look like that members of parliament in 290 constituencies then would be handling this money? What would you imagine that they would be doing?
The number of portabilis in this country.
Let's imagine what would they be doing.
First of all, it is impossible to conclude or finish the work of representing
exactly.
people.
Yes. Exactly.
Because you see, a representation is a daily thing. You represent people in all the platforms that you get, including here, including in Parliament, and in all the spaces that you occupy. So I don't countenance, or I don't imagine a situation where you would be done with legislative business and representation business. But the truth is, we exist. For instance, we senators, we don't have any funds to build anything.
Yes.
We don't have, but we do exist. We have a job to do, and we do it well. As a person elected to represent, to legislate, and to oversight, if you look at the scorecard in the past 2.5 years, the Senate has done extremely well. Just last week, we were passing a law to give financial independence to county assemblies. Do you know, that because of that simple amendment to the public finance management law, you allow greater oversight in the counties? Because imagine the assembly and its functions and its running depending on the whims of the governor. There is a famous form they used to call Form C, that if the CEC for finance is not available to sign that form, there is no drinking water in the county assembly. How are you supposed to oversight people? And when I went to there was a meeting of the county assembly forum where I was invited to speak. I gave them an assurance that as a Senate we are agreed we are going to give financial independence to county assemblies so that they can enhance their oversight capacity. We have passed, just the other day, there's a bill that I sponsored on transparency in the electricity billing system, transparency in the energy sector, just basic things like disclosure of beneficial owners of these independent power producers and so on and so forth. I have now started my second amendment, the second legislative proposal that I've made, to make sure that county governments set aside some money, 1% of whatever money they receive on their county revenue fund, to support registered sporting associations, so that every time the Nairobi County Boxing Association has a tournament, in Vihiga or Mombasa, they don't walk around with a begging ball in our offices saying they want 100,000 shillings to travel. The county government of Nairobi, if you look at their budget, there is no single line allocation of money for sporting associations. How are you supposed to nurture talent? So there is a lot of work to do. There's a lot of work to do. I personally have taken the position that it's not that we lack laws. We have laws, sufficient laws, but it's just the bad manners in this country that every time we have to tie the hands behind the back of the people with executive power even more and more. So every time we try to tighten. In terms of representation, my brother, there's a lot of issues. If you come to my office, I have an entire box, like something like that DJ stand, for petitions from people. All sorts of issues. People have issues in promotions of police officers, promotion of teachers. You have seen members of the National Assembly handing out TSC letters. Have you ever seen Sifuna do those things? I mean, it's just ridiculous.
It is.
So, if we focused on our mandate as members of parliament, people elected in the Senate and the National Assembly, there's actually enough work to do. You don't have to be running around.
So you actually have no business then trying to manage a road maintenance levy fund.
And that is the position of Baba, the position of the party.
Okay. I want us to take my position is that I want us to take a break.
So let's stand on that position. We'll come back with my burning question. I'll lead antacid soon.
Okay. No, for the purposes of this discussion, we will not just call you Edu, but you are the Senator for Nairobi County as well as the ODM Secretary General. It's necessary to have that. We're taking a break at 28 minutes to 9 o'clock. Edwin Sifuna is here with us, and we're looking at certain issues as to, okay, so you have a lot of work to do. What are we dealing with some funds here, and where does the interest actually lie? It continues when we come back from this quick break. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide ride for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial star 858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Where have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi, 15 degrees. It's 16 and sunny into Nakuru, with 14 and sunny in Nyeri. Eldoret is clear at 14, while at 24 sunny into Mombasa. It's 24 and sunny in Malindi. Looking into a clear Kisumu at 20, with clear conditions at 16 into Kakamega. Kampala is cloudy at 20 and sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam. Mostly cloudy at 11 in Johannesburg, while it's sunny at 27 in Mogadishu and sunny at 15 in Addis Ababa. Mostly cloudy at 26 in Lagos, while it's raining at 24 in Kinshasa.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Traffic.
We are still in the middle of traffic hour, and there is quite some traffic coming off the Thika Superhighway, but now just around Survey going towards the Pangani Underpass, and there's traffic on Limuru Road as well as some coming in from Lower Kabete. That James Gishuru situation is quite something, because there's traffic then heading in and outbound over the drift. Then you're going to have some traffic inbound from Waiaki Way, so we're going to watch out for that. Lower Kabete then take some traffic through towards Spring Valley, and as you approach the Westlands area going towards the expressway, there is some traffic here as well as Ring Road Westlands. That's a whole mess. We are in traffic hour trying to keep things moving this morning. Talk to us so that we can do just that. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Edwin Sifuna, Senator for Nairobi County, as well as the ODM Secretary General, and we're having conversations around, so who should be doing what? And is there a game on the foot when it comes to the control of this 60 billion shillings, and who should be controlling it?
You know, you said something that stuck in my head.
Yeah.
You said that the person at the top, if he doesn't change, then we cannot implement devolution, etc., etc. But I keep thinking, there's something called the National Assembly.
Yeah.
Legislation, I will not judge them because everyone knows how that is going.
Yeah.
But it was imagined that the National Assembly was given enough power to oversight the executive. What will it take to remove the National Assembly from worshipping money, in this case 60 billion, to actually realizing that if they actually follow the Constitution and implement it, the roads that they are built, they'll drive onto?
Yeah, so it is a very serious dilemma. Like, even I, as a member of parliament, sometimes just wonder why my colleagues cannot see how powerful the institution of parliament would become if we just stayed true to the oath of office that we took. But the truth of the matter is that this constitution, there are people who have challenges with it, that they didn't believe in independent institutions, so they have tried their most to make sure that you cripple or compromise these institutions so much that they can't function in the way that they were designed to function. It started with the first team to implement this constitution in 2013, and I remember members of the National Assembly who were elected on the then Jubilee Party, and you remember the story of the tyranny of numbers.
Yes.
And people imagining that you are in parliament to defend the political party on which you were elected. That is not what the framers of this constitution envisaged.
True.
They envisaged that Parliament as an institution would oversight both the county and national governments. But then you get to 2013, and first of all, we end up with a leadership that did not believe in this constitution. It is on record that people like William Ruto were against this constitution. And therefore, if it is something that he didn't believe in from the start, there is no way you expect him to actively make sure that it works. In fact, they try to find ways in which to make sure that this constitution does not work. So members of the National Assembly have neutered all the oversight mechanisms that were woven into our constitution. You remember the incident where Anwar Guru was supposed to be impeached as a cabinet secretary following the NYS scandal. Then this mythical Inturi, who's now making noise here, disappeared somewhere in a hotel in Naivasha.
Just disappeared.
You know, this guy disappeared. And she made sure that
she took on lighter duties.
And she took on lighter duties, and the rest, as they say, is history. Yeah, so that is part of the problem. And we have come from that situation to a place whereby members of the National Assembly who are elected on the president's party feel that their job there is to protect their presidency, so-called presidency. And you see, history has proven more times that mambo inabadilikanga in a second. So we have members of the Senate, for instance, who were very rabid supporters of this government, and they were from Murima. Right now in the Senate, they are the ones crying. The ones crying, looking at Sifuna, help us, please. Because when you are sworn in the Senate there, please, can you just be faithful to your oath of office and the work that people sent you to do? As an institution, as a Senate, we can take a position that is contrary to a position that has been taken by the national government. Even the leader of majority, the Honorable Aaron Cheruyot, we tell him every day, if the president is wrong, you have a responsibility as a senator to say he's wrong. On this issue of RMLF, the president is wrong. Say it. Why can't you say it? You can tell him, this is my responsibility as a member of parliament to be able to say you are overreaching as a central government, as a national government. That is the roads in Kericho County are the responsibility of the county government of Kericho. You cannot come to do rural roads. So that is the problem we have.
Sifuna.
Yes.
Let's talk about road maintenance levy fund and the way it is being touted on how it will be implemented. Because there's a talk on following the same structure on CDF, where we'll have committees that will oversee all these and whatnot. And one begs the question, this 5% even on CDF, if it is not there and you give the governors the opportunity and the right to implement these, that money would be used exclusively to implement. And it is being seen as though members of National Assembly are looking at RMLF as another ticket item for their campaigns in 2027, instead of looking at how this money will go to benefit the Mwananchi. When will we just sit and say the law is clear? National county roads
that's what we are doing right now. That I gave you the example of the position that has been taken by both the governor of Kisumu, who's like the ideological repository of the party, and the governor of Mombasa in today's dailies is here. He's saying that the law is very clear. It's in black and white. It is not a matter for sentiment or interpretation. There are only two levels of roads. Let county governments manage county roads. Let the national government manage national roads. The crux of the matter, the reason why there is all this fight is money. Is the control of who is the contractor who's coming to do this, and how will they talk to me nicely, and so on and so forth. A member of the National Assembly has said it himself. He has told you that they inflate the contract amounts so that they make money.
Why are these funds being seen as ticket items to go back to the Mwananchi?
Because you see, the problem with our Kenyan politics is also that the society has been socialized to expect things from people who are elected. That is the problem. That if you step out of your house without cash, you will run into embarrassment. And it has been very difficult. But I think it is our responsibility, especially as a younger generation of leaders to educate the public that, in fact, me passing legislation that helps your life, like the amendments we made on persons with disability to support families who are living with disabled children, especially, and that suggestion actually came from a member of the public on Twitter. She's called me Shere. Yeah. She just called me and said, we parents of special needs children are suffering.
Yes.
Why can't you reduce tax on such and such and things? That if I pass such a legislation, I have helped you more than if I just give you 100 bob today to eat.
But is it really the people of Kenya, or is it who is attracted to Kenyan politics? I find that it is easier to be a thug politician than to be a thinking, caring politician in this country. We've made it so toxic that the people who have a good heart and really care for the country really find it hard to enter politics at any level.
I have tried so hard to dissuade people from that thinking and to advise them that, in fact, the political class tries its best to dissuade people from joining.
Right.
And it is a trap you should not fall into. They try to make it seem like politics is a very dirty game, that it is an expensive game, that people who have pure intentions not to make any money but to just serve the public should stay away from. Please don't fall into that trap, because I am a living testament that it is possible for you to enter politics without nothing. You know, they run around and tell you, you need
35 million to be a senator.
35 million.
That's the number. It's 35 million.
It's not true. When I ran in 2017, I didn't spend more than 3 million Kenyan shillings to run for Senate in Nairobi. I still ended up with 700,000 votes. I won 2022 spending less than 5 million Kenyan shillings in Nairobi. And that 5 million shillings is not at giving money to people. It is logistics, it is advertising, it is paying.
But you finally explained why you speak with such courage.
But that's what I'm telling you.
Because you are not in it.
Please, as SG of ODM, I am more than ready to be able to hold the hands of people who believe that this thing can be done without necessarily compromising your values or yourself. I am there. That's why I encourage young people to join political parties that are established, because also political parties give you a certain cover. It is very difficult. As an independent candidate, my brother, trying to run for office, so you need signatures from how many thousand people they have to photocopy their IDs and give you. Join political parties, and we are not forcing you. We are just saying that it gives you a certain
cover,
for you to be able to participate effectively in politics. But let nobody scare you. Let nobody scare you. We have seen people win elections without any money. But it depends on when you get there, what do you do in terms of changing the lives of the people? And I wish that we get to a point where there is critical mass in terms of the top leadership of a country of people who are just there to be able to serve the people and to demonstrate to other Kenyans that it is possible for you to join this club without necessarily, engaging in some of the things we see people. And the measure is very simple, Mark. If you see somebody who never ever says anything on the floor of parliament, but he's the one giving you free borders and free what are they? They're always dishing out during Easter. You see somebody unga ya ugali amekuletea nini. Then you ask that person, but when have you ever represented me? When have you ever proposed a legislation to change my life? They don't do it. Anakuambia mimi ni engineer.
So then it gives you the position where you can ask certain questions and not be afraid to demand answers when it comes to certain things. Let's look at Nairobi, a county for which you oversight.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, there's a little bit too much that's going left. Right? And so the questions are coming forth. There are people who are asking questions about their pending bills. There are people who are asking questions about their roads. This same road that we're now saying should go through the control of governors. There are people who are asking questions about, monies they paid for certain things to be done. There are many questions about things that have not happened in the last 2.5 years that would come right to your desk, Senator.
So I agree with you, Ndu. First of all, as a leader in Nairobi, I am amenable to questions being asked about my responsibility. And I want to, unfortunately, Mark, my car also flooded. So I usually have a constitution in the car, but it was removed when they were cleaning it. When the calf landed.
The oven.
I wish we had the constitution here so that we can read everybody's responsibilities. So as a senator, my primary responsibility is to make sure that I obtained as much resources as possible for my county governor to be able to do the work that he's supposed to do.
Yes.
Fine. So I have fought, like in the example that I gave you about the feud that was between the National Assembly and the Senate on division of revenue.
Yes.
I made sure that we did not lose any money, or we did not receive less money than the 385 that was given to counties.
Yes.
Yeah. So I on paper, I have been able to do my job to deliver 20 billion Kenya shillings in terms of shareable revenue to the county government of Nairobi.
Yes.
Now, you have an executive governor that you also elected.
Yes.
His job is to make sure that those resources are applied correctly.
Yes.
I sit in the County Public Accounts Committee to oversight all the counties, including Nairobi County. The governor of Nairobi has been before the Senate more times than I can count, including a few weeks ago when he was before the Energy Committee to answer to this feud between
KPLC
Kenya Power and themselves.
Yes.
And as a senator, I stand on the side of devolution in certain ways to make sure that he doesn't have an excuse why he's not performing.
Yes.
So we discussed about this provision of the law that says for a county government to levy basically taxation on Kenya Power for way leaves, they need the permission of a secretary, the cabinet secretary responsible for energy.
Yes.
And we have taken a position as a committee that there is no way you can place a function in the county governments, then make it subject to approval of a national government official.
Yes.
You know, so we are supporting him on that. We're saying Kenya Power used to supply power only through their power lines, but nowadays they are denying counties revenue by using that infrastructure to supply data as well.
Yes.
The companies like Safaricom and the others are using that infrastructure and paying directly to Kenya Power, money that used to go to county governments.
Yes.
So they are reducing their own source revenue. Now, if the governor, after I have defended devolution, after I have stood behind him, after I have gotten the money for him, if he doesn't do his job, Sifuna cannot beat him physically. But what am I expected to do? Am I supposed to punch him in the face? You know, that is the question that I ask, because in the accountability ecosystem, there are limits. So the Auditor General will produce reports. The reports will come to us. And we will say, okay, here we can see there's a problem. We have recommended prosecution for 150 cases as a member of the Public Accounts Committee. Prosecution of professionals in county governments, including Nairobi.
Yes.
That recommendation goes to an institution called EACC. It is not up to Sifuna. I cannot arrest people. You know, I wish I had that power.
I believe in a committee session, you actually said the words that I believe you were addressing the governor directly, and you said we can fine you 500,000 shillings, but for you that's a paltry sum.
It's peanuts. And what did we do? What did we do? Because we realized that 500k is peanuts for these people. There was an amendment we brought to the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act to push that figure to 2 million Kenya shillings for failure to attend or to honor summons of committees of the Senate.
So now
we
that is
even made
peanuts,
a proposal. In fact, we passed that proposal to give Senate and the Parliament of Kenya powers of arrest, because there was a time when my governor refuses to show up to Nini, and then you depend on the Inspector General of Police to arrest him. And you can see the guy is gallivanting. He's arriving at JKIA. You're like, bro, we needed to have a conversation. But you depend on the IG of Police to effect those things. We passed an amendment as a Senate to give Senate. We even wanted our own jail. Because you see, Kenyans are frustrated. They say, Sifuna, things are going so wrong. All you do is talk about it. I'm saying that is as far as my powers go. My job is to highlight these issues, to bring them out, to represent the people, to tell the governor here and here you are wrong. So, for instance, the discussion we had at the Energy Committee, and we were telling the governor that, when you have a conversation with Kenya Power, you cannot leave it in your head, because you will not be the governor forever. There will be another person to come. Can you reduce the things that you have agreed upon into writing, so that the next person who comes to deal with that issue can say, we had advanced this discussion between Kenya Power and the Nairobi County government to a certain point. You know, there was no written agreement on what was discussed between the Nairobi County government and Kenya Power.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Devolution is a bit misty for many Kenyans.
Yeah.
In your opinion, what score would you give in general of all the governors? Would you give them in terms of their performance?
You know, in all honesty, there have been very bold attempts to cripple county governments. As a senator, I can see it. I'm telling you, my brother, it is impossible for you to plan in an environment where you don't know how much money you're going to receive and you don't know when you're going to receive it.
Yes.
It is difficult to plan, you know. So, and this is the reason why I say that if we don't sort out national leadership, how I wish in 2013 when we were implementing this constitution, we got a leadership that actually knew why we created this structure and believed in it, you know. So systematically we have seen the national government making it seem like it's a favor to send money to county governments. We have a pending bill in Nairobi, my brother, of 100 billion Kenya shillings. People who have not been paid and they have worked. It is ridiculous. Since Kidero's time, you know. So how are you supposed to deliver services? So if, for instance, some of those pending bills are for garbage collectors, I have seen people come to my office. They had been awarded a tender to do garbage collection. You go to this heavy machinery, people who sell heavy machinery here. You got 2 tippers, you got a backhoe, and you calls you what loaders. My brother, you have taken those things on loan. You do the job. You wait 3 years for payment. The bank comes after you. The machines are repossessed. You are still sitting there waiting for the county government of Nairobi to pay you. We are saying there kuna zingine ni za ukora, but there are genuine businesses who did the job but have never been paid. And it is because it is very unpredictable for you sitting there as a county governor to know how much money you're going to receive. Now, that is not to say that there is no malpractice. Because I have said, and I've said this on the floor of the House, even as a lawyer, that there are certain things that are just openly criminal. You have a lawyer telling us that they are supposed to be paid 1.3 billion Kenya shillings for representing the county in a feud between a county government and the Ministry of Defense over a piece of land. And that dispute was actually resolved by consent. Like there was no dispute. Well, so anachukua tu the total value of the land. So if the land is 300 acres, you multiply by the price and you say, okay, the total amount in contention is 30 billion. Now I'm going to levy 1% of that. It's ridiculous.
And that's
ridiculous. So we have said as a Senate that we recognize that there are certain things that are happening in the counties that are just open pilferage. There are bad practices like governors coming and refusing to complete projects. We passed a motion to say that we do not want county governments to embark on new projects when they have not completed the old projects. You go to Woodley, the social hall there that was started by Kidero, it's just rotting there. I mean, it is a waste of public money. So when we highlight these issues, it is so that we can be able to find a way out. We are not defending bad manners in the counties. We know there is bad manners. There is this open fraud and siphoning of resources.
Absolutely.
So, Senator, one would want to ask, as you do your job in making sure that the governor gets the resources that he needs, there is also the need for you to work with the county assemblies to oversight the governor and making sure that things are being done right. Is that the case, and how sufficient is that work with the county assembly? Because then again, the county assemblies have felt as though they're also in the pocket.
Now the MCAs, there are certain counties where the MCAs understand their jobs. You know, in some of these counties, MCAs don't want to do their job. They want to hide behind the senator. You see an MCA crying at, Sifuna is not saying anything about Sakaji. I'm like, my friend, you know, that is why people like the late Munuve are being celebrated, because he understood his job. If you look at the constitutional architecture, is that county assemblies exercise primary oversight. As a Senate, we do what we call secondary oversight. I cannot impeach a governor unless you bring him to me. I mean, you have an MCA who is very good at writing tweets but cannot draft an impeachment motion. You cannot draft an impeachment motion. You are telling me, and you know I have very high regard for all MCAs, but I tend to think that the MCAs in Nairobi
drinking
should be somehow better. Because if you see somebody like Chege Mwaura, Chege Mwaura is a secretary, he's the MCA for Ngara, and is a secretary for the County Assemblies Forum. If you hear Chege Mwaura speaking, and he presents himself like somebody who's even his member of parliament level, even higher. I do not expect. I don't want to mention the MCAs from other counties, but I'm saying that the MCAs in Nairobi, because we are the capital, we need to be held to a higher standard. Now, if MCAs from Meru, if MCAs from Meru can draft impeachment motions like every 3 months, and then you are telling me you are the MCA of a highly educated populace. You come from the poshest,
high net worth,
correct, high net worth area. All you do is to draft tweets saying, "Oh, the senator, you will not hear Sifuna saying anything. Bring him to me. Bring him to me.
What I will do.
Draft a motion for heaven's sake. Even try to convince your colleagues to sign up. Show us even a draft
something,
motion,
and then we can help you do the rest.
You can't just be crying there. Oh, Sifuna. I'm telling you, as a Senate, I tried to simplify it for them, give them football analogies. You see, in a football team, there is a defense, there's a midfield, there are the strikers. Now, me, I am here. I'm like Kevin De Bruyne.
Okay.
No, I'm like, what is his name? Haaland. Now, Haaland has to wait here for Kevin De Bruyne to pass the
bring the ball.
Yes. And then I do my job. But if you are sitting there,
De Bruyne is sitting
just passing amongst yourselves.
Why is
Haaland not scoring the goal and I've not given him the ball? Let's ask you a political question. You talked about the infrastructure of political parties. Extremely important, in my view, as per what political parties are actually supposed to do. Grassroots elections for ODM, we would be remiss if we did not ask you that question. They've not happened for a minute. The question is, are they actually going to happen? It is from there you glean these individuals that you're talking about that could essentially move forward.
Absolutely.
What's happening?
Now, I don't know what you mean by they have not happened in a minute because you work in news. For heaven's sake, you also need to be factual in the things that
happened.
Okay,
maybe
we are in the middle of elections. In November we started our grassroots elections. And these days I have to keep checking the calendar. Today is the 24th of April.
It is.
By the grace of God, I'm still the SG of ODM. It appears like that founders meeting has not happened yet. Whenever it happens, I will be disciplined.
Perhaps those are the things we are talking about.
So
have not happened in
now let me speak as SG because mkutano ya founders bado haijafanyika.
You need to hang out with you, boy. You're too funny.
Some things have not happened.
Mkutano ma founders bado wanatafutana. So we started elections in November at the polling station. So ODM structure is that at every polling station, you have to have representation. I am a registered voter in Westlands, in Kitisuru Ward. So I go to Loresho Primary School where I vote. And I ask the members there to vote me as a member of the committee. Because for you to be elected at the national level, you need to be a member of your own polling station's committee.
Right.
So I went there in November. There was no fight, there was no fuss, and we have been encouraged by the party leadership that when you go into this contest, they are friendly contests. It's friendly fire. Hata ukipiga mtu upigi kuua. Kwa Kiluya wanasema okupe kelele okupe mrweta. Yani unapiga mguu, not the head. So I mean, we finished that in November. There were appeals from certain areas where people were not very satisfied with what happened. We sorted out those appeals. There are elections that were nullified in places such as Embakasi West. In certain areas and even in Taita Taveta, we stopped the election process. So then this month, I think it was earlier this month, we had the elections for now, the ward and the constituency level. And right now we are in the midst of dealing with appeals from those processes. Now, as SG, first of all, I don't involve myself in elections because Baba said all of us now ni raia. I mean, during elections, you cannot be calling yourself so-and-so chairman. Na bado elections inaendelea.
Indeed.
So we all have to subject ourselves to that process. We are not perfect in doing. In fact, the problem that I have is that this government has systematically ensured that political parties are unable to conduct their business. Yeah, because you need money to be able to do these things. The estimate for conducting like elections by secret ballot for ODM across the country is over 1 billion shillings.
True.
These guys, if you look at the amount of money that was allocated for us, it was 300 million shillings this year, and it was cut down twice, you know.
And that's what would scuttle the process, essentially.
That scuttles the process. And, you know, they are not believers in institutions of democracy, such as political parties. So that is why they try to cripple us. But we say that we must proceed.
And remain strong. All right.
Strong.
Senator for Nairobi, Edwin Sifuna, we shot it off by 3 minutes, but thank you so much for being here. We started off by saying it's important to have these conversations, and that's why we do. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to the next time.
Anytime. I made a commitment here that because ODM is a publicly funded institution, I must appear here to defend myself against with taxpayers like Mark, whatever questions they have. I am also a publicly elected official.
Okay.
My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
A good way to end it.
Asante.
Thank you so much. Good morning. It's 9:03.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has once again accused President William Ruto's administration of allegedly allowing the sale of illicit alcohol in central Kenya. This comes 2 days after 2 people were hospitalized after consuming toxic alcohol in Kangai in Kirinyaga County. Gachagua, who spoke to the residents of Kangai, noted that 17 people died in the region in February 2024 after consuming illicit brew. Gachagua vowed to use the party he's to launch next month to fight illicit brew in the region. He addressed the residents through a call to Kirinyaga Senator James Murango, who was among leaders who visited Kangai village after the 2 people died. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has criticized Governor Johnson Sakaja's administration over its handling of the perennial cycle of floods in the city. Sifuna, who's just appeared on the ongoing Situation Room show here on SpiceFM, regretted that several people, including a mother and her 2 children, were killed due to the floods.
These are the most unnecessary deaths in Nairobi because we all know that the rains are going to come at some point, and the county government needs to do certain things to ensure that people are safe. I brought a petition to the Senate just last week before we went on recess on compensation and involvement of the communities that were living along the riparian areas that are very risky. Our people have no problem moving to safer ground zones. And it's not a decision people make deliberately to live in dangerous places. It is a decision that they are pushed into given their economic circumstances.
Sifuna, who is also the ODM Party Secretary General, went on to say that at least 6 people have so far died in Nairobi due to the floods.
We are meeting here today, or having this conversation today, at a very difficult time for Nairobi. We have had incidents of death following the flooding that has happened in Nairobi. As of yesterday, we were counting upwards of 6 people lost in various places in Nairobi. My teams have been in contact with the families to just extend support to them.
Legislators have criticized the Old Persons Cash Transfers program to citizens aged 70 years and above, terming it a conduit of corruption thanks to its opaque operations. During a debate of the Social Protection Bill 2025, MPs also called for an increase in the 2,000 shillings amount doled out to the elderly and an implementation of stronger administrative mechanisms to guard the purse. Notably, the bill proposes for the creation of a board to administer how the cash transfer program will be run and which will have powers to determine who will be eligible for cash transfer. Lawmakers rallied behind the bill, with Suba North MP Millie Odhiambo using the debate to defend the NGCDF.
When other members of parliament got down to seek support, to seek to do their representation role, we are added other roles, which include social protection. And Madam Speaker, that is why sometimes I get amazed when you hear people who are elitists, who are divorced from realities of the ground, saying how CDF should be removed, Madam Speaker. Even though CDF focuses not on social protection but infrastructure, it has actually ameliorated some of the challenges and pressures that were put on members of parliament. And one of those issues that are placed on members of parliament right now is the issue of social protection.
India has closed its main border crossing with Pakistan, expelled its diplomats and suspended a landmark water-sharing treaty following an attack that killed 26 tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir. Pakistan has denied involvement in the attack and will convene a national security meeting today to discuss a response to the measures taken by India. Gunmen burst out of forests and opened fire on visitors with automatic weapons in the attack near the picturesque tourist town of Pahalgam. There's been no official confirmation yet on who carried out the brutal attack, but some media reports say a group linked to Pakistan-based organization Lashkar-e-Taiba may have claimed responsibility. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, after 9 o'clock, and let's look at what's happening with traffic around the city. It's reducing as you come off the Thika Superhighway, or just at Survey, but there's quite some traffic on Kiambu Road this morning, so one to watch out for. Limuru Road is still pretty busy, and we're seeing traffic into the CBD via Huru Highway that takes us with bumper-to-bumper traffic in some parts. Langata Road is not doing too badly, and the Southern Bypass also looks pretty good. A quick look at the Eastern Bypass, and there's traffic going towards North Airport Road. All this to watch, and we'll talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Into 11 minutes after 9 o'clock, into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, the Situation Room, and we continue with those conversations necessary to have. Yes, we will, and we hear what you say. Those who comment and share their thoughts with us. Very, very important as we do. We're getting into our final conversation for the Situation Room this Thursday. And joining us in the Situation Room, in the hot seat, is Cleopas Malala, playwright and former Secretary General of UDA. And is not shy to be here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Are you?
Yeah.
We spoke to you on the phone a couple of weeks ago. And, there was a bit of, brouhaha. But, we'll look at details of that and, questions that we're asking ourselves this morning and for you to come and, crack this open for us. But before we do that, CT normally shares a proverb. CT, as you can see, is not here.
Yeah.
Mark is here, and he'll share that proverb from Mozambique, and then we'll look for your interpretation of the same. Sawa?
Yes.
Brilliant. All right.
Yes, temporary CT speaking. Whether the knife falls on the melon or the melon falls on the knife, the melon suffers.
To me, this is a situation whereby there are two characters in life, and it is inevitable on who is on what side. The output of their interaction is the same.
Yes.
Like we have a superior character, and it doesn't matter where that superior character stands. The other character will fall victim. That is it.
Newly minted playwright.
I love it.
You're saying newly minted. He has been in this game for quite a while.
I know. For many Kenyans, it's newly minted.
Well,
it's Shakespeare of the day.
It's a great interpretation.
Okay.
Just looking at it and saying, it depends. On which side do you sit? And we are looking at the issues this morning of politics versus freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And of course, this is all we can't ignore it. We can try and be melodramatic, but we can't ignore it. That you did essentially pen a play. You did. It's not the first one that you have done. It's not the first time that you've been in this arena. You're teaching. You've taught people. There are many people who have come under your tutelage, right? We know this. But for some reason, this particular piece that you worked on brought a lot of drama, didn't it? At the National Drama Festivals, which, that's interesting that we call them the National Drama Festival, because then it set the stage for yet another national drama that had been in place for 63 years. This was the 63rd edition, so it's not the first time that we've had. And we also know that art, in its true form, is a way of expression of certain things, whether it's drama, whether it's actual painting, whether it's singing, whatever it is. But for some reason around this time, whatever message was going to be disallowed from being put on the national stage. From your point of view as the one who penned this, why?
First of all, I want to say that it was quite unfortunate for the unfoldings that came out in the just concluded drama festival. I think somebody somewhere was very intentional to bring down this production, and not because of the content, but because of the person behind the production. Because I have circulated the script of the production in all social media platforms, and when you keenly read through the text, you will not find any offensive or any insinuation that offends or interferes with the tranquility of the country. And therefore, I felt very disappointed that the authority or the current administration would be that petty to interfere with school drama festivals. I feel sorry for the girls who had put in a lot of effort to come up with that production, and they were not given an opportunity to perform. I feel that their rights were infringed, and somebody must be accountable. That is why we are still in court. We are still advancing or ensuring that those girls' rights are not infringed in future, and no any other child will go through what those girls went through. You saw young girls wanting just to perform a piece of art, being tear-gassed. Why use excessive force on innocent girls, school-going girls? There were better ways to do that. And the most unfortunate thing is the strategic and intentional steps the officials took when they were presenting the girls on stage. You saw girls being presented on stage at gunpoint. How traumatizing is that? You saw the girls being taken on stage and forced to perform without their stage properties, without sound effects, without electricity, at 6:30 in the morning. To me, I felt that was inhuman of the officials. And just to remind them that they are also parents. Would you feel good for when your own child undergoes such a traumatizing situation? And therefore, I want to say that we are focused to ensure that the truth comes out and the people who are behind that heinous act are accountable.
Cleopas, one would want to ask the question, when it comes to the presentation of these plays, it starts from the basic level, which would be, say, the regional levels, then you scale it up to the county, then you get to the national. And you have been accused of presenting a different play as opposed to that which started the entire process. Is that the case? And if that's not the case, who is lying and why would they be lying?
That is absolutely wrong, because that play was presented at the sub-county. We always start at the sub-county level, and it was adjudicated by 3 adjudicators at the sub-county. It was well ranked. It was position 1 with 79 marks. We proceeded to the county where we were position 1, again, with 89%. Later on, we proceeded to the regionals. We were ranked 3rd at 90%. And immediately we finished the regionals. When we were proceeding to the nationals, that is when we were told that the girls cannot proceed because the play is not in good form to be presented at the nationals. So I wondered, who is this that is making the decision of disqualifying a play, yet the professionals, the adjudicators who were sent by the same Ministry of Education gave it a green light. And when we went to court, when you look at the affidavit, the regional director of education, Western Region, Mr. Obado, presented in court, the affidavit was very clear that Butere Girls has not been banned, that Butere Girls did not qualify. So the documents before court are denying the fact that Butere Girls was banned. And therefore, I want to know up to, and that those are the questions that we were asking. Who is this that disqualified Butere Girls? No, we have no face behind the disqualification. Nobody is coming out and saying that, yes, Butere Girls was disqualified. You saw the cabinet secretary speaking from both sides of his mouth. Today saying that, okay, Butere was not supposed to perform because Malala is not a teacher. Or tomorrow saying, no, Malala is not allowed to do plays. There is nobody authoritatively coming out and saying that, yes, I am the one behind the banning of this play. And therefore, that is what we are trying to mine and expose. And I want to assure you that the person who was behind this will eventually come out to light.
You know, my question always is, what is the genesis of this? And I'm stuck between 2 points, and perhaps you can clarify for me. Is the problem Malala and him writing a play that goes to the nationals? Or is the problem the play that was not a problem at the county level and under levels, but was a problem on the national level? Or number 3, is there a desire that you should actually just keep quiet?
Why should I keep quiet?
No, I'm asking, is that the desire?
I think
it's a question.
I think the current establishment is just paranoid. There are people who know their past and who are paranoid of the truth. And therefore, anything that has got an iota or anything that has got some speck of truth scares them.
Okay.
And I would like to urge them to appreciate that theater is a mirror of the society. That theater is a tool to communicate what exactly is happening in our current society. And we shouldn't be paranoid to an extent that you deny schoolgirls an opportunity to express what they're doing. I saw so many items at the Drama National Festivals expressing what is currently happening in the country.
Okay.
And people had no problem with that. But I don't know why, when it comes to Cleopas Malala.
And that's my question.
I think they think, since I was in this same establishment, I know a lot. And they're just paranoid of me.
Do you know a lot, and why are you using this play to settle political scores?
Read the play. The play is just an ordinary artistic piece. I have said that since I was denied a chance to present the play at the Kenya National School Drama Festival, I will have a chance now, using an adult cast, to present it in public. So we have already unveiled our auditions, which started yesterday, and they'll be ending on 5th May. I am getting a competent, talented cast that is going to enact that play in public. We are getting a very good venue, and we will be inviting Kenyans to watch. To watch not only for entertainment, but to watch their country, how their country is.
So, Malala, many people said that if there were a score that you were trying to settle, that you shouldn't have done that using children. And that at the end of the day, the children are the ones who were tear-gassed. The children are the ones who then suffered and lost an opportunity to then showcase on the national stage. As far as the president saying that you shouldn't settle scores or use children in this manner. He did. He came out and said that. What are your thoughts about that?
I was not settling any scores with anybody because this is not the first play I was doing. I have said it time and again that I started conceptualizing this play when I was still the Secretary General of UDA. Because the happenings, when you look at the thematic concerns of the play, they basically expose the ever-widening gap between the young generation and the older generation. That is not a political theme. That's a socio-political theme, because when you microscopically dissect the play, you will realize that the play addresses issues, conflicts between the Gen Zs and their religious leaders, the Gen Zs and their parents, the Gen Zs and the general society, and to some small aspects, the Gen Zs and the leadership. So I don't know why the leadership is so concerned, yet we are addressing a wide thematic concern.
If it was not Malala who wrote this play, do you think that it would have been allowed to be showcased?
Oh yes. And you see, that is evident from the happenings, because why did the professionals in charge of drama give it a green light? And then somebody somewhere who has got no theatre background, who has got no literature background, thinks that that play is not supposed to be performed. We had 9 adjudicators appointed by the Ministry of Education, giving it a green light. So I think it was them trying to settle political scores with me.
What did you do?
Let me, to just piggyback on what did you do. Do you think perhaps the lack of clarity as to what you're politically going to do, and I'll give you context. Rigathi Gachagua left, he's removing receipts every day. You know, Lintuli the other day, receipts. Who else? Who's this guy? JB Muturi, receipts. Do you think the fact that they don't exactly know what you're doing politically, that they took this play as your first salvo in this particular political dimensions?
Not really. You know, I've got so many other platforms to do whatever you're saying. And nobody can silence us. This is Kenya. We have a constitution that governs our country, and nobody can silence us. And I want to say categorically, if I have something to let Kenyans know, I will definitely do that. After this show, I have got something that I want Kenyans to know. I am going to expose it.
You don't want to give us the scoop?
No. After this show, immediately after this show, in the presence of this media house, I am going to release something that Kenyans must know, and they should know, and nobody can stop me from doing that. And therefore, they should not disadvantage the young girls, the young talents at the expense of wanting to punish Malala. Before I became a politician, I was a playwright.
Yes.
I have done 82 plays. This was my 82nd play.
Yes.
And therefore, this was not, if I wanted to settle political scores with any other administration, I would have done so. But I have not been using the Kenya National Drama Festivals to settle any score. That is my profession. That is my passion.
Yes.
And I want to say categorical that if I want to advance my political agenda, I know where to advance my political agenda.
Why did they arrest you?
Yeah.
Why were you arrested?
I was arrested because they said that I was not supposed to be training young girls at the we call it the village where they were being hosted, and that I was not supposed to present them to on stage the following day. This was a deliberate move just to ensure that they frustrate the girls, and the play was not supposed to be showcased in its original form. That is why they even blocked the lorry carrying their stage properties at Salga. So it was deliberate. They wanted to be seen to be abiding by the court order, but the play was supposed not to be showcased in its original form. That's why even they blocked the audience. What kind of performance is this that you do not allow even the audience to watch?
And Malala one would talk in terms of equality when it comes to even the presentation of these plays, because even the girls themselves, when they're giving their presentation, they said, we are not going to perform because, first of all, we do not have our trainer here, we do not have our stage properties, we do not have the audience which other students have been afforded to perform. And this goes to speak on equality and the Ministry of Education ensuring that which is under the curriculum gets to go across. Do you think the Ministry of Education is conducting an injustice to the students of this republic by denying Butere girls from performing?
I wouldn't want to apportion blame to the ministry officials. Those are innocent people implementing
an order,
a
wrongful order
from above. And I want to say the person who was behind the frustrations of Butere girls is President William Ruto. Nobody else. And it is, and let nobody lie to you that the drama officials were against Butere girls. No. If the drama officials were against Butere girls, they wouldn't have been qualifying all the way from the sub-county to county to regionals.
Why would the president have an issue with a play that Cleopas Malala wrote and that girls at Butere would perform? Why? Why would he involve himself with that?
He's boxing in the dark.
Why?
President William Ruto is a paranoid leader at the moment because he knows what he's doing, he knows what he has done, and he knows what he's planning to do. And therefore, he's just a paranoid leader. And we are saying that you saw the contradicting explanations from the drama teachers to the officials, to the government officials, to himself. You saw the response he gave, that he's trying to protect our children against pedophiles, against drug peddlers, against people who are teaching our children negative ethnicity. So if you correlate the statement the president was giving with the Butere girls, there is no relationship because there was no pedophile case in that play. There was no drug peddler trying to, and therefore the president knew what he was doing and he gave orders and he wanted the orders to be implemented with impunity and without even following a logical structure. But that said and done, that is watered down the bridge. We are in court. The matter must be pursued to a logical end.
Yes.
But the life inside that play can never be killed. The echoes inside that play can never be silenced by anybody. And that is why we have said We are going to stage that play for the public. We are going to ensure that that play is stored and is inscribed in the history of this country.
So on the flip side, some may argue that you as Secretary General were not let go of. You failed. Okay? That's their argument. What would you say in answer to the origin of your departure between UDA and its leadership and where you are now? Because there are those who say that, you know how Rigiji alishindwa na kazi? You know how they say that. So, where is the point of departure?
My disagreements with the UDA party, and that is why I said after this session, I am going to give a statement, the statement of the year. And I wouldn't want to delve into that right now because I've got a comprehensive statement that I'm going to read as to why we departed with the UDA party. But just as a general comment, we differed with UDA because of ideological differences. We were no longer sharing the same ideologies. We were no longer sharing the same beliefs. When I got into UDA party and when I decided that I will be supporting William Ruto, we had shared aspirations. As a Secretary General, I was the custodian of the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. A very good document. And I was appointed into cabinet, the controversial appointment.
Yes, the secret, secret, not so secret cabinet member.
Yes, into cabinet. And my job description was very, very, very vivid, that I was supposed to monitor the implementation of the manifesto. Sadly to speak, I tried monitoring the manifesto. I even came up with an application, a phone application whereby the president, at the comfort of his office, at the comfort of his bed, at the comfort of in his vehicle, will be able to monitor the implementation of that manifesto. And we realized that that manifesto was not being implemented as planned. Only 8 or less than 8% of the manifesto was being implemented. As the Secretary General, when we advise, because I was, as Secretary General, you are in charge of the political vehicle of the president. So politically, you're supposed to be advising him. When you try advising him, he looks at you as his enemy. When you try bringing the truth on the table, for example, during the Gen Z demonstrations, we had already advised him. Rigathi Gachagua had advised him in public. I had advised him in private that, come on, this finance bill is not palatable to Kenyans, and therefore kindly try and shelve some things. They accused us of financing Gen Zs, and they accused us of being moles in government. We told them, no, come on, us, we listen to the ground. And when we advise you on things that are going to help you politically. He refused. When I personally advised him as the Secretary General that, come on, this regarding impeachment is not good for us politically. I had a position on that. I told him that this is going to ensure that we destabilize our government. This is going to ensure that our ship capsized. But the president was adamant. He looked at me now as his enemy. Those surrounding him now started looking at me as the enemy within the team. And therefore, they thought that I was an impediment because I was supposed now to sign the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. And in this way, first of all, it was they brought in a suggestion that UDA should have 2 deputy party leaders, so that when they remove Rigathi Gachagua, the other deputy party leader now automatically becomes the deputy president, because the constitution, the UDA constitution is very clear that the presidential candidate will be the party leader, and the deputy party leader will be the deputy president.
Yes.
And therefore they wanted to have two, so that the transition will be smooth. I advised them against that. I told them that these will destabilize the party, and they were adamant. So the only thing was that Malala must go out.
Okay.
And that is why they kicked me out. I have no regrets. That was a blessing in disguise. And I took it with pride. And here I am.
Let's take a break at this point, because then we can, delve into this just a little bit deeper. And according to what you're saying, then we can see most current developments attached to this that you're saying to us just now, and that it has really nothing to do with young girls who are presenting a play at a National Drama Festival. We'll come back and look at that later. Cleopas Malala, former UDA Secretary General and playwright, is with us this hour. It's 22 minutes to 10. Don't go away.
Only way to.
Where have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
September, endelea kufurahia na Star Times. Renew your subscription today on the basic bouquet for 750 shillings for aerial decoders. Enjoy lots of fun and adventures on our kiddie channels. Let your favorite stars make your heart flutter on our world-class telenovelas. Renew your subscription on the Smart Bouquet for 1,199 shillings for satellite decoders for unmissable football action on the Carabao Cup, Saudi League, La Liga, and the Bundesliga. Music, movies, documentaries, and lifestyle channels. Download Star Times on app today on Google Play Store or the Apple Store to never miss a moment of your favorite shows. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 21 minutes to 10 o'clock, Cleopas Malala is our guest this hour. Of course, we've seen the happenings over the last couple of weeks in terms of what happened. But what Malala is telling us at this point is that this has nothing to do with a play. It has everything to do then with the position that you took politically, which maybe didn't go down well with many people. And you are putting this responsibility right at the foot of the president. You're not turning back from that, are you?
Oh, yes. William Ruto was behind the frustrations of Butere girls. That one, I'm very clear in my mind about it.
And it was not the play, but it was about Malala.
Oh, yes, because we had several other plays. Even other schools performed even more daring plays than Butere girls. And therefore, it was not about the Butere girls. It was about Malala, and that's the unfortunate bit about it. But as I said, that is water down the bridge. How I wish if they wanted to deal with Cleopas Malala, they would have dealt with me directly as a politician and not as a drama director.
I think even let's just still stay there a little bit. And one of the issues that was raised by the ministry is the fact that you are not a teacher, and you, according to the laws, according to the procedure, you shouldn't have been part of that play. And even during that, because I've been part of this drama for a very long time, other teachers from outside are contracted to offer these services. So in terms of the procedure and the process, why are you supposed to be there?
First of all...
And are there others like you who were there and actually presented this plays?
Of course, that argument to me doesn't make any sense, because I have been doing these plays all along, since 2000. Up to date, I've been doing plays, and we have so many other people, young people who are contracted by schools, professionals, and and even the spirit of the competency-based curriculum is that you can get professionals from outside to help you. When you look at Section 4 of the Education Act of 2013, it clearly says that schools can partner with professional bodies to enhance the education of the children. But be it as it may, the way you're trying to bring it out, the same drama rule say that you must be a TSC registered teacher or a lecturer of a post-secondary institution. You are my product. I was your lecturer.
So for purposes of disclaimer, Dennis Aseto used to be your student.
Yes.
You taught
I taught
class.
him radio production at Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. Therefore, I qualified then as a lecturer.
Yes.
I qualified to direct drama. And therefore, I think those were just reasons. They were trying to look for reasons to stop me from producing. But I want now to face them in the eye and ask them, can you stop me from producing now in public using adult cast?
Can I ask a question?
Please.
So how do preachers preach in schools?
And can I ask
are they also TSC certified?
Can I ask you a question? How do cooks cook in school?
And
maybe you can also ask me a question.
And
maybe
watchmen
I can
watch.
ask you a question. Yeah. How do non-doctors hold brief over a health institution?
Do you have any other question?
How does an engineer? Anyway, let's continue.
You can ask as long as the day, as many hours as there are in the day.
Does the watchman watch because he's there's something in this country that I think we take so trivially, is that there are things we do that set precedence. Okay? And the precedence you set is so important. Honestly, for me, what my concern is as a country, plays are hardly attended. It's a struggling art form outside of schools. We've got so many young people. And if you look at TikTok and their desire to express themselves and their desire to dance and things like that, it is such a big opportunity. Korea today, South Korea, K-pop,
K-drama.
And K-drama and K-pop are big because the government decided to put 1% of its budget on it. For me, and I always think towards solutions, to actually solve this, court cases are fine, but to actually solve this, I think the government needs to put budget, support systems for our children to actually be able to develop these talents and grow it. In fact, they should call it the Peace Between Malala and Government Act. So that now we are able to move forward. Because I don't think it helps us to remind ourselves of the pain if we're not going to solve the problem for our kids.
And I think even as we have that discussion still, you see, we talk about a curriculum that is called curriculum-based curriculum. Which the competence,
curriculum. That would have been fun.
Competency-based curriculum that speaks on the competency of students, which goes out to encourage the thespians to do good, the athletes to be out there. And if an institution does not have a professional who will bring out the best out of these children, then get the likes of Malala who will inculcate these talents to be the best they are. Because we're talking about the Lupita Nyong'os who started in school. Talk about Jugush, we were in the same school.
But that's the point.
You know what I mean?
That's the point. For us to move forward as a country, what has happened has happened. How do we heal?
This is the question, because there's still a dark shadow that's cast over the National Drama Festivals. We're looking at products that exist today because those festivals gave them a road in. And how do we come back from that?
And let me tell you, as someone who went through Kenyan high school, it hurts because some of those drama clubs, the kids contribute. They deny themselves a loaf of bread, a soda, some tea to contribute to the club so that they can get the dresses, the skirts and whatever. And I am saying to the government, and I hope I can hear your voice on this, the government needs to do right. How do you do right? undo what Butere girls went through. Sponsor these kids. Give them actual prizes that goes back to their schools to help them do drama, even when drama festivals are not there.
Yes,
that's what we need to do. You know, this country needs to heal.
So how do we do it?
And just to take you back on the issue of the implementation of the manifesto, the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, you saw them saying that they would want to monetize talent, but these are the same people who speak from both sides of their mouth. These are the same people who are cultivating the culture of lies in our country, because you stand on a presidential podium, promise that we are going this direction of monetizing talent, investing in talent, but your actions are the opposite. You remember the president, together with the person in charge of the creative economy in State House, and I don't know why the Office of the Creative, the advice of the creative economy is situated in State House. It should be situated in the Ministry of Youth. I don't know what that office is doing in State House. Now, you remember them saying that they have paid 500 million Kenya shillings to the Grammy Awards.
Yeah, to see if they can have them, yeah.
And as we speak right now, drama festivals, those children participate all the way from the sub-county 3 months to the nationals. Then the best actor is given like a small trophy. So, come on. And here you are donating 500 million shillings to Grammy Awards where no Kenyan participated. And therefore, these are misplaced priorities. And we must start now being sober and now addressing the real issues affecting the world of theatre. We have seen talent which has gone unappreciated in Kenya. We have seen people, superstars, living a horrible life in Kenya. And therefore, if we are serious about monetization of talent, we should start now seeing the government putting the right budget and the right budget towards alleviating the current situation. We must now start seeing the government putting up the correct infrastructure. We have only one government theatre hall in Nairobi, which again is very expensive for the same artist.
Right.
Go to the Kenya National Theatre. You are asked to pay 120,000 shillings for a day. Surely. Which
upcoming artists?
Yes.
How are they going to do this?
How are they? So the Kenya National Theatre has been relegated to a hall for corporates. It's only the corporates who can afford having events there.
So the thing about why they call some things a silver lining is that things happen and then it splits open the road essentially for opportunities to discuss certain issues, whereas they could be conversations that were being had. It opens up the floor for them to say then attention must be paid to some of these things. That if you do have a budding ground for Kenya's artists, such as the National Drama Festivals, and an incident like this then allows us to give attention to those things that are really important.
On the flip side, I would say that an incident synonymous to what happened to Butere girls, to me, scares off even potential partners. You know, government cannot do everything. We expect the private sector to partner with artists to help them come up, to invest in theatre. But when the potential investors encounter such incidences, then they are scared to even invest in that field. But I want to say that hope has not been lost. We still have leaders who believe that arts can be profitable to us, that arts can be a pillar to these young citizens of Kenya, and therefore asking those responsible at the moment to provide a conducive environment so that we can cultivate art in this country.
So, sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Sorry. You know, what you said is so critical and it's funny because, you know, in this country, when you think of what we do for fun, tell me what it is that is not drinking. watch a movie.
Exercise.
And you have to wait for one Marvel movie you like, right? So once a year. Holiday, once a year. Exercise January when you pay the bill. All I'm saying is that the avenues for entertainment in this country are few.
Limited, yeah.
Okay? And for our young people, if you really ask them to go to the museum or to go on holiday or even the money to go watch a movie, it's rare. The development of art and creating opportunities of keeping our young people occupied is actually the answer to the drug problem that was supposedly being fixed.
Yes. Unemployment.
Yes.
We have a youth who finish university, go home, they have got nothing to do. So how I wish the government took advantage of the creative space in the country. Look at the content on YouTube, on TikTok. We have a lot of content that is going untapped when it comes to monetization.
Yes.
And therefore, I would like to ask the people in charge of arts not to be myopic in their approach. The Butere Girls incident was quite myopic because they looked at the person behind it instead of now appreciating leaders like me. You know, when they say that politicians are not allowed to do, you know, I feel sad because they are supposed now to encourage leaders like me who have got passion in nurturing talent to continue helping these young talents and not to castigate me and victimize me.
Right.
So to me, I would want to say that that is water down the bridge, but to assure the young talents that the spirit in me can never be killed.
Do you think that there's freedom of speech and expression in Kenya?
To me, I want to say that, of course, the space is large. That's why I can even come and say here categorically that the president was behind this. But the space is limited depending on who is speaking. The place, it is. We have isolated cases whereby a certain freedom of expression is not supposed to be exercised, and gradually we are implementing our constitution. And I want to say that, of course, we've gained so much when you compare to the Moi era, to Moi, to Kibaki, to Uhuru, to now. We've tried to gain a lot of a space when it comes to freedom of expression. But this regime is trying to take us back. That we are resisting. And that is why we are saying that we will not be an example of voices which were silenced.
Because you see, when you talk about freedom of speech in the country, you know, the constitution is so clear that each and every Kenya has that right. It does not say, Malala, you can speak, but Butere girls should not speak. And if Butere girls want to speak through a play, let them do so. But there is a feeling as though when you speak against power that be, you are seen as though you are being disrespectful, and perhaps it's about time that we heal that. But as we speak about matters to do with the entertainment, you know, one of the biggest things that America has managed to sell to the world is the entertainment factor. Everyone looks at America as the big superpower it is because of their military, simply because we watched their movies. And we continue to consume that through the Netflixes that do exist in this country today. How about we invest in our own entertainment sector so that we open these opportunities?
You know, just to piggyback on that, and maybe this, I think we're just about to get to the top of the hour. Do you think that Kenya has the ability to laugh at itself?
I can laugh at you.
No, it's an important question.
Yeah.
Because proper psychology allows you to look at your quirks and find them funny. And that's what art does. Right? And I'm thinking, forget about the government and everything. And I'm asking you, Bwana Malala, do you think Kenya can put a mirror in front of itself as a people and actually breathe, laugh, cry as we look at ourselves? Or are we as a society running away from the reality of who we are?
Kenyans, I think, are tolerant enough to look themselves in the mirror, laugh about it. We've had a very, very hard economic time in the recent past. And you've seen Kenyans joking about it on TikTok. You've seen comedians. But the leaders, the current leaders, and to be specific, the current president is not ready to look at himself in the mirror and be told the truth. That is why he's always very argumentative. He argues with everybody. He argues with his own ministers. He argues with the people. He argues with the boda people. He argues with school children. He argues on everything. So Kenyans have got no problem. The problem at hand is the current leadership of the country, led by the president himself. Let him be tolerant enough to listen to advice. This is a person who advises his advisors on how to advise him. You know, he doesn't listen to anybody. He doesn't listen. And then when he's pushed to the wall, he comes up with this normal question. Am I mad? Am I a madman? Am I a madman? You know, you cannot be a president whereby you are arguing with yourself.
And is this why we're starting to see the slowing off of people? Whether it's Malala, you know, a few months ago, whether it's CSs, whether it's deputy presidents.
And you see, everybody is sliding off because of that level of intolerance, of that domineering character that he has on his subjects. And you will see even more people. And I can tell you that we have more people in this government who have already switched off, who are just there for purposes of being there, waiting for their time to go out. You will see more people. We talk to civil servants. They are demoralized because whatever advice they give is not being implemented. It's a one-man show. And therefore, I want to assure Kenyans that we are remaining with only 2 years. We are going to change the leadership of this country. We cannot accept this kind of trend to continue. A trend whereby it is a one-man show. A trend whereby they have turned Kenya into an entrepreneurship. All decisions are being made on the basis of who is gaining what. Government policies are being misinterpreted just for personal gains. Look at the e-citizen platform thing.
It'll be interesting to see
Look
how
at
things
the
unfold.
shift. Every policy, every decision, every development is being brought about because of personal gains. Recently, we were told that we were donated with fertilizer from Russia, from Algeria, from Morocco. And then somebody comes, says that I have subsidized fertilizer. How do you subsidize a gift? It's already a gift. Then how do you further subsidize a gift?
But you wrap it.
It'll be interesting to see, because you said there's a statement coming up after this, and watching to see what that is going to be. But then looking forward to, of course, I mean, look, at the end of the day, have these conversations. It's important to bring them out and to keep them front and center of discourse. We want to thank you for being here this morning, Cleopas Malala. And folks are very interested in watching this play once the audition round has come to an end, and then you're going to put it out in the public for us to watch.
I will be doing that immediately after we close up our auditions. Our auditions started yesterday, and the procedure is very, very, very simple. We have uploaded the script on the Cleopas Malala TikTok platform. Go there, download the script. We have vividly described the biography of each and every character. Choose the character that you can play. Get an excerpt from the script. Get a friend or record a short video. Exactly, a short video, you enacting it, and upload it on TikTok. We are going to get talent from across Kenya, in the remotest village of this country,
to come and act.
If you are talented, you will be an actor, because this is now a Kenyan play.
All right.
It is no longer my play. It's now a Kenyan play. And it will be enacted with Kenyans.
In 3 seconds, you said there's a dossier you're releasing in a few minutes after this session.
Oh, yes.
What time is that?
Immediately. No sooner than
10:03.
Ghafla bin vu.
Let's watch and see what that looks like. Cleopas Malala, Asante Sana.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here on Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, this Thursday. Good morning. It's 2 minutes past 10.
Spice up your life